everybody that's already here. Okay. Hi, Emily! So excited you're here. Hello, Ella. How is everybody? It's been raining all day here on Long Island, and I always take that as a good sign. That means that Big Papa's here. Hello, everybody. Oh, Yunan's here. Ah! I'm so excited. So, I know. We made it to December, everybody. December of 2020. We made it. We're almost there. I can't believe that it's like already, but also it still feels like it's been 5 years. Like 2020 has been 5 years, but also has been 5 minutes at the same time. Does anyone else feel that way? Like 2020 feels like it lasted too long, but also didn't last that long. But like, I still can't believe it's December though, and that soon it's going to be over. But I feel like I kind of still feel like that even though like 2020 is going to end, like not to be a downer, I'm still like, but like it's not like everything's going to magically get better, right? Elliot's here. Yay. Oh yeah. I actually always, because I have a lot of friends in California, so I'm always crying to Big Papa because it rains a lot here. Like we'll have like weeks where it's just like nonstop rain, and I'll just be like, can you please send this to California? They need it more than we do. It's been 84 years, yeah. No, it's definitely not dramatic. 2020 has been extremely rough. It has been rough for everybody on all different levels, I think. It's been a rough, because I know for me, like, you know, it's been rough globally, especially because of the virus. It's been rough for us Americans with everything going on. And then honestly, and it's been like that in other countries too. There's been a lot of protests and civil unrest going on, issues with leadership and all that, and injustices. And so we've had all that in 2020. But I feel like even on an individual level, the energies have been really difficult because like this year for me has been just so impactful in regards to like my personal development and personal growth. And I've had to deal with a lot of like realizations about my past and having to deal with a lot of past traumas that I kind of was burying for a really long time. It was just like, no, everything's fine. And like, no, it's not fine. So it's like 2020 was really, I think, a quintessential tower year on all levels. On like all levels. It was a tower year where just everything kind of came to the light and everything just kind of began to topple over that needed to, honestly, though. So the good thing about the tower is that after the tower, we get the star. So, and the star is all about healing and growth and enlightenment and things like that. So as long as we learn our lessons, that's always the big thing. You have to actually learn the lessons of the tower, or in one card to move to the next, or one stage of, you know, development to move on to the next. So yeah, that's been really rough for everybody, is the job situation. I've had that problem myself, and it sucks because I was all set to get the jobs that a job that I wanted, and it literally all happened in March, right before New York did the shutdowns, and then yeah, everything shut down. And it's just been like, and it's been one hell of a year, but I've been trying to, with the time that I have, try to take advantage of it by doing a lot of shadow work and inner work and the development that I need to do. And it's definitely, like I said, it's been difficult. It's been really, really rough, painful even, but like, you know, when you just know that if you just stick through it and you trust the process, that eventually you're going to look back and think this was when it all started, like when everything good started, you know, because you did the work that you needed to do for yourself. So that's kind of where I am right now, but it's it's still really, really difficult because I'm still in the middle of it. It's getting a little bit better because I think I'm starting to like realize the bigger picture of what's happening with, again, me individually. I'm talking about me individually, not the globe with 2020, because that's a whole other different story. Yeah, definitely. I feel like I've discovered myself a lot this year too, like, and learning to like accept myself and embrace myself, right? Like, I feel like for the longest time, I've always just been really mindful of what I at least think are my setbacks, my weaknesses, what makes me different from everybody, but looking at it in a negative way. Like, oh God, yeah, like I'm the weird kid, or I'm cringy, or I'm, you know, I don't know, just like, you know, all those kinds of like buzzwords you use. That doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. You know, like trying to accept myself for who I am. Like, yeah, I'm quirky, I'm weird, I'm unconventional. I'm not perfect. I'm a ridiculous human being, which I like to call myself all the time, you know, like, but that's who I am, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know? It's kind of like learning to embrace all the different parts of me and what makes me me, and not necessarily run away from all of them or try to hide them or try to change them to better suit someone else's palate. It's like, no, this is who I am, and it's okay. And not only is it okay, it's wonderful, you know? Ooh. Oh, I didn't even hear about everything about the Temple of Apollo. Interesting. Yes, Elliot, 2020 is definitely a year of self-love. It's been, I think it's just really, it's been, I know me and my friends like to label it very much as like it's been a shadow year in terms of, on all different levels. It's been a way, like, we're all kind of doing shadow work on a global level, on a national level, on a community level, and even on an individual level, where just a lot of things are coming to the light, and we're being more aware of what is going on and what is not working. That's kind of the big thing with the tower. This is not working anymore, and we can't keep pretending it does. And it's finally all coming and sometimes, unfortunately, like, when we don't make the change ourselves, it happens for us. Everything will just come collapsing on us, whether, you know, we initiated it or not, because it's just not stable. You know, it needs to come down. And I think 2020 has been just just that times 10. It's been full on everyone just kind of starting to really wake up to, this isn't working on any level. Nothing that is happening right now is working on any level. And it's just, no, we are sick of it. You know, again, it's like, it's on all different levels, because even in my life it's like that. On just my individual life, it was just looking at the way that I was living and just kind of realizing this is not giving me any happiness whatsoever. And it's also getting in the way of me achieving the happiness that I want. And that was a big thing that the gods had been trying to tell me. They're like, everything that you want, you can have, and you are fated to have. It's yours. But the problem is you are standing in your own way. You have to do all of this work, because not only are you not going to be able to get it in the current state you are now, if you somehow manage to get it, you're not going to appreciate it. You're just going to be thinking, oh, let's move on to the next thing. You're not going to appreciate it, and you're just not going to be able to handle it, you know? And it's sort of like, you know, the work that I want to do is this. I want to be a priestess, and I want to talk about the gods and help people with their spiritual life and with their devotions and everything. That's what I want to do. And the gods were like, you can do that, and that's what you're supposed to do, but you have a lot of shadow work that you need to do, because in order to be the best priestess for the community, you have to take care of you. You know, you have to deal with your shit. And that's the truth. You know, I think like sometimes we want to rush and run right to what it is that we want. And like whatever our dreams are, we just want to like get there, and we just want to run there. But the journey is so important. And the journey is where you learn all of your skills and abilities and get rid of all of your past traumas and your past holdups and just everything that could hold you back or get in the way of you living your best life and being the best version of yourself, so that when you finally get to that place, you're ready for it. You're ready to embrace it completely and not push it away or self-sabotage or anything like that. It's kind of, I keep using tarot as an analogy, but it really does, it really resonates, and I feel like it really applies. But it's the same thing as like when you look at the major arcana as the fool's journey, where the fool goes through all the major arcana and learns different lessons, and then he's able to get to the world. You know, he has to go through each one of those steps in order for him to actually get to the world. So that's sort of what I've learned this year is that I can't, and then you can't judge your whole journey and progress from point A to point Z, you know? Like, you can't be at point E and be like, oh, well, I'm still not at point Z, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, no, but you made it from point A to point E. Like, that's a big deal. That's progress. And that's a big thing I'm learning, because I have a very bad habit of not acknowledging my own progress and the small steps that I've been taking. Like, for my mind, it's always, well, you're not at the end. You're not at like this big picture of how your life is supposed to be. You know, you're not there, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, no, but it does matter, because every journey is made up of small steps. And that's something like we all have to keep remembering. Like, it's not this giant leap. It's small steps, and each one moves us closer to where we want to be and where we're supposed to be. And every step needs to be celebrated and acknowledged, because you don't have to take that step. You don't have to. You know, you could just decide, I'm just going to sit here and not even bother because I don't think I'm worth it, or I don't think I can do it. You could do that, or you could go backwards, you know? It takes a lot of bravery, and it takes a lot of love for yourself to keep moving forward. And I think we always need to take that moment to stop and look at where we are, and to say, wow, I did that. I was here and now I'm here. Like, you know, I think it's really important. It's something that the gods have been really trying to hammer home with me, because I definitely have that habit of forgetting everything that I've accomplished, even though so many people who've known me Like my mom especially will always be like you don't understand, like you've come so far. You're a completely different person than the Jessie who was, 25. And even people who've known me for less time are like, yeah, I could even see the growth you've been doing. Even like having friends that I've had for like maybe like 5 years being like, no, even in that 5 years, you've grown a lot. So, and you've done so much. So it's kind of like you just need to acknowledge all of your victories. Every victory, no matter how small or whatever, is important and deserves to be celebrated. And remember that it's all a journey. It's never, again, that giant leap from point A to point Z, from the fool to the world. It's not. You have to walk and get through all the checkpoints and learn the lessons that you need to learn, because those lessons are what's going to aid you to keep moving forward, and to, when you finally get to that end point, you are the person that can actually accept the good and the happiness that's coming into your life, the one that can appreciate it, and the one that can handle it. That's a big thing, being able to handle it. Like sometimes we don't realize that, yeah, I can, like in my case, I could want, this amazing, successful business of my own where, I get to literally write and talk to people about the gods all the time. But am I in that space right now to handle that responsibility, to handle what I'm going to have to deal with? Because unfortunately, everything has a negative side, right? Especially when we're talking about being on the internet and, people with their, how people are with their comments and how judgmental people can be. You kind of have to be in a certain space to be able to deal with that and not let it bother you. And it's kind of, I'm realizing, that's a lot of the work that I have to do, is learning to not take certain things so personally, to not to get defensive, to understand that where a lot of people are coming from is it's their own stuff. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with their own shadow work that they're either doing or not doing, and having to find conviction in my own beliefs and in my own intuition and my own worship and my own relationship with the gods, to know that whatever anyone else says, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It just means someone has a different opinion than I do. So it's kind of like, and also a big thing is just learning how to engage better with social media in general, because that's a whole, I actually really want to focus more on talking about social media in terms of our community, not even just the Hellenic polytheism community, but the witchcraft and pagan community in general, because I think it's important, since most of our interactions with each other is online. You really kind of can't be a witch or a pagan and want any kind of community aspect without engaging online. I mean, maybe with being a witch, you could kind of get away with it because it's a little bit more mainstream now. But when you get to the little bit more of the niche, like being a Hellenic polytheist, that's a little bit harder, unless you live where I would probably be able to, considering I live so close to New York City. Like a big city, you are a little bit luckier in that sense. But for the most part, we all are online and talking to each other and engaging with each other online. And I kind of am just noticing the way social media kind of dictates how we interact with each other, how we absorb information, and how we communicate or don't communicate. And I kind of feel like that needs to change, and we need to be a little bit more mindful of how we engage with social media. And I think that's a conversation that needs to even be had outside of the witch and pagan community. I think that's a conversation the human species needs to be having, because I mean, not to be like an 85-year-old woman, but I do believe that social media is a problem. I don't think it's inherently a problem. I think it has amazing benefits and it has done wonders for our society and our advancements, but I think it's kind of the way we use it. I think it's a tool that can be good or bad, and it just depends on how we choose to use it. And I think a lot of us aren't mindful in how we use it. And I say that from my own experience. I realize I don't use it very mindfully. I kind of am I think most of us use it as a way to be absent-minded, like to distract ourselves and turn our brains off. So we're just mindlessly scrolling through and just absorbing information and just reacting to what we're seeing without really taking the time to kind of like take a step back and be like, wait a second, okay, what's happening here? Let's see what everyone's saying. I realize I'm just yapping along. See what you guys are all saying. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Well, congratulations on having a job, little dandelion. That's a big in 2020. That's a big victory. Okay. And also with like talking about absorbing information, like that's a big thing I'm noticing. And I feel like because I get a lot of people that come to me, and I think a lot of them are younger, which is fine, but like they see one thing on like witch talk usually. So let's just be honest, it's usually witch talk. It's always witch talk, but they usually see something on witch talk. And one person says something, and then all of a sudden it's like, and I get the anxiety because I have anxiety. So I know sometimes you just have that gut reaction of, wait, this person is saying something and now I'm having a reaction to it. But I feel like, again, like we need to be more mindful of the information we absorb and understand that just because some random person on the internet says something doesn't make it true, or doesn't make it like a law in terms of that a universal law that everybody has to abide by. Because like one of the big things that I've been seeing, and this is the example I definitely want to use, is witch talk. Is the idea that the gods are dangerous and that you need to be like be a witch for a while to be able to work with them, and you can't be a minor shouldn't work with them, and like this whole thing. And it's sort of like, and a lot of people believe that, and a lot of people buy into that and get nervous, and they come to me and they're like, Jessie, what do I do? I'm a minor, but I really want to worship Apollo, or I'm not a witch, or I'm a baby witch. Which I know what we know. I don't like that term, but whatever. I'm a baby witch, and what do I do? And I'm like, let's take a step back and think of this critically. Ancient civilizations, like we'll specifically use the Greek gods. The ancient Greeks have been worshiping the gods for generations, and that included children. They had no problems. They weren't sitting there going, oh, well, no, you need to be you need to have this advanced magic, or you need to be this age to worship. Everybody worshipped the gods in ancient Greece without magic. Actually, there were people that believed it was hubris to use magic with the gods or whatever, because they felt like that was saying like you had power over the gods. So it's sort of like, so how does that make sense? Why all of a sudden are they dangerous? And like now only certain people with certain skills can worship them. And I'll tell you why all of a sudden it is. And again, people don't realize this is Christian rhetoric right here. It's, oh, these barbaric, the barbaric people and their barbaric gods. That's what this all is. So it's just like, people are just spreading propaganda around. But it's like, I feel like there needs to be more critical thinking here. Instead of immediately like going, oh my God, this person on TikTok said this, I'm freaking out about it now. Like, take a step back first off and be like, it's a person on TikTok. How credible is that? Like, like TikTok has this reputation of being all about fear mongering and spreading misinformation and just overall tomfoolery, but that's not even, this isn't even just about witch talk. This is about just anyone in general. This is even about me. I am not excluding myself from this. You should all be like taking what I say and thinking critically about it and think, well, and not just immediately listening because, well, Jessie knows what she's talking about and Jessie's smart, or Jessie's no. I'm a human being too, and I get things wrong, or I don't think critically about things sometimes. You should always be looking at the information you get and thinking critically about it instead of immediately believing it or thinking, oh my God. And especially if it's making you scared. If you're getting scared so much, like, I think you need to disengage with either the person that's making you feel that way or the platform in general. Exactly, Dag. Thank you. That too. Critical thinking. Yes. Critical thinking was so important in ancient Greece. Like, that's another thing. Like, thinking for yourself and thinking and knowledge and all of that was so important. Like, we have gods that represent that. Like Apollo, that's all his thing. Like, he's constantly the one in my ear going, well, what do you think about that? Well, but if you think that, then what about this? He is constantly making my brain explode because of all the philosophical thinking, but he loves that shit. Athena too. Athena's, the goddess of wisdom. So she's always just like looking for loopholes through things. Like, I love that. She's all with the loopholes. She's always like, yeah, but what about? And I'm like, think of it that way. She's like, mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is. Thank you for bringing up Socrates. That's my boy. Seriously, Socrates used to piss everybody off because all he did was just ask everyone questions because he was all about, he was always, people would say, well, this is what I believe, and then Socrates would come in and he'd be like, okay, well, what about this? Okay, but if you believe this, then what about this? And this, like, and he used to piss people off so much because he would basically challenge their views and see if it held up to questioning. But it was all necessarily, it was about having this philosophical discussion and to really think critically about stuff. And that's actually why I argue one of the reasons the Athenians didn't like him and the Athenian government didn't like him, because he was a threat, because they wanted to control the people and he was kind of trying to free the people's minds. I like Socrates because a lot of the stuff that he says about the gods and in general has like reflects a lot of my beliefs. So that's why I like Socrates. Because it was like funny when I actually started sitting down and reading his stuff. I was like, I say that. I say that. I say that. Like, I was just like, oh my God. Like, it was amazing to actually have like an ancient person kind of validate and confirm all the things that I believed and was sometimes even doubting myself. I'm like, am I being like too radical here with my beliefs or like, you know? And then there's Socrates, like, you know, Homer and Hesiod aren't a good representation of the gods. I'm like, oh my God. Or I think he said something like, I love his whole, the only thing I know is I know nothing. I love that line because it's just, that's how I feel about a lot of things. It's just like, I'm very much about finding, I think the ego is important. And I don't ever think we should get rid of the ego because the ego is, it protects ourselves and helps us prioritize ourselves and our needs and our wants. You know, being selfish is important. But I think a lot of people have unmanaged egos and they kind of end up thinking of themselves higher than they should and thinking that what they believe is correct while everybody else is wrong. And I've always been of the belief kind of that opposing things can both be correct or exist at the same time. I also think that at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is about, or a lot of the stuff really, we can never say for sure. Like, especially the gods. And that's another thing Socrates says. Socrates believes that we'll never actually know. We'll never actually know why the gods do what they do, like what the gods are capable of, and most things about the gods because they're beyond our wisdom. We only possess human wisdom, and the gods are outside of that. And I really believe that, and I think it makes sense. And it's why I'm very big with, I don't like it when people are condescending with their beliefs or they try to force beliefs down someone else's throat because it's like, but you really don't know. None of us do. None of us actually know with 100% certainty. All we're doing is just trying to figure out what makes sense to us, what comforts us. And that's what it comes down to. It's about building your own beliefs and your own practice and your own relationship with the gods. It's a very personal experience. And it's not about being right or wrong. And I think that's where a lot of people get hung up is on. It's about where they treat it like it's a right and wrong conversation when a lot of the times there is no right or wrong because we'll never know. We don't know. And I think people have to get comfortable with the idea that the gods are beyond our understanding. We'll never understand them unless, like, you know, the afterlife is about, like, you know, being in the spirit world is different, and maybe after death we understand more because the ancient Greeks did believe that, you know, the dead had more knowledge of things than the living does. So perhaps then maybe, but right now, while we are living here on earth in our human bodies, we do not know, and we won't know. So that's what I think. My whole thing, why I like the whole, I like the Greek gods more than the Christian god, why they make more sense to me than the Christian god, is because I don't like the idea that the Christian God is everything we see in the world is because of him. He created everything, and he's all loving, all like, and it's just it's too much for me, and it doesn't make sense in my mind how a being that has created everything would allow, like cancer to exist or the virus, that makes sense to me. While for me, the idea, like my belief with the Greek gods is they are just as we are living in this universe, they are also. They're not the ones that created it, but they definitely have more control over it than we do, but they don't have full control over it because there are things that even they succumb to. Like they can't break an oath. They're bound by fate. Even like each other's powers, like Aphrodite is one of the most powerful gods because most gods, her power can manipulate them and affects them and everything. So the idea that they're living in this world and they also can succumb to elements in this world, that makes sense to me. That makes more sense to me. And it also helps me have a better relationship with them because when something bad happens in my life, I don't have to sit there and try to justify the whole, well, this was God's plan. No, like I don't like that. I think it's much better that it's just like things happen and sometimes the gods can't always be there to hold your hand or the gods can't necessarily stop everything from happening, because they don't have full control over this world and they didn't create all of this. They didn't create cancer is not because of Apollo. Like they didn't create all of this. So to me, that's what I like about the Greek gods over the Christian God. I agree with that, and I totally agree. I don't like the God-fearing thing either, being like afraid. And that's again, hold on, because I'm going to start ranting. That's another thing I really want to talk about is how much Christianity has influenced how all of us, regardless of what and believe in religion, it has influenced all of us in how we view religion and how we view the divine. Because I've been noticing that so much more looking at all these beliefs. And I'm like, this is all just Christian rhetoric that's being spewed over and over and over again. The idea that you have to be afraid of the gods, the idea that the old gods are dangerous and barbaric and you have to be a certain age to worship them. Like it all comes from Christianity. And people aren't realizing that. Like I get really frustrated too, like when atheists talk about religion and they use the word religion, but clearly that the religion that they're talking about is Christianity and Catholicism. And it's like, can you just say that? Because there are more religions and belief systems in this world than just Christianity and Catholicism. And they're not all the same. And they're not all to blame for whatever it is you're mad about. That's why, like, I've learned, like, in the beginning, I definitely was using the term religion in a very broad, generalizing way. And I realized, no, that's not right. What I'm actually talking about Christianity and Catholicism. So that's what I have to make sure I'm saying and not just say religion. Because the truth is also, I don't know. All the ones that I know about are Christianity and Catholicism. I don't know much about Islam and Judaism and Buddhism and all those to speak on what happens with, their influence and all that. I don't know, and I don't have the right to speak on it. So for me, it's like I specifically say Christianity and Catholicism. So it's like, people need to really be more specific with things like that and need to realize how much of an impact Christianity has had on all of us. You don't even have to have been raised Christian. Like I wasn't really raised Catholic, even though my family is technically Catholic, but I wasn't raised that way. I got baptized, but I didn't get my confirmation or my communion. I didn't get any of those. I think I went to like religion school for a little bit, and then my parents were like, meh. You know, like we didn't go to church. The only time I stepped into church was when someone got married or one of my cousins had their christening and whatever. Like, I was not raised, my parents are not at all religious in any sense. I mean, my mom is spiritual, but my dad, no. But it has still affected me greatly in how I view religion. And I've had to, interestingly enough, we had this conversation on my Tumblr, I think yesterday, about looking at holy books from other religions and all that in regards to your pagan practice. I have actually found, I have been reading the Bible recently because I wanted to read it for myself. I've read it a little bit of it before, but I wanted to read all of it for myself. And doing that has actually helped me so much kind of see like the influences of how I view like, you know, like my own hangups about religion, and help me kind of clear up what it is that I believe, what it is I don't believe, what I like and what I don't like. And it actually, even sometimes you even see the influence from pagan religions in the Bible, specifically even like the Hellenic religion. I was like, hey, I've seen that before. I'm pretty sure the ancient Greeks did that. So it's been really kind of eye-opening to visit the Bible and see all those influences at play. But yeah, I don't like, the problem is also, again, I think it comes back to being mindful of things. People just are believing stuff and spreading certain information or certain viewpoints, and they're not actually taking a step back to think of where this comes from and why they think that. You know, they're like, it just makes sense that way. Of course you fear the gods. They're gods. And it's like, well, but why? Like, why do you think that? Well, look at the mythology. Okay, but the ancient Greeks didn't necessarily fear them, and they're the ones that made that mythology. So, you know, it's like, I was thinking recently, because I've been doing a lot of research. Whenever it starts getting colder, I go into the hermit mode. And so it means I do a lot more research. And I was laughing to Apollo because I was like, yeah, you always say that you learn things when you read. And I never believed you when I'm learning things. But it's like, you know, I'm really that idea again that it's like research is so important. Like the more you engage with, when you engage with resources and actually like look into things and talk to different people too, and see different viewpoints and all that. It's just sort of like you start to get a bigger picture of everything, especially the world, and you're just like, oh, okay, and like things start to make sense. But I feel like a lot of people don't do that. Like a lot of people are just kind of staying in their little bubble and kind of refusing to move past whatever it is that they've believed for so long, you know? See, I like that we don't have religious texts. One of my favorite things about the Hellenic religion is that it's not super organized. It's that it's much more freeing and loose, and we kind of have the ability to craft and build our own practice and decide what we believe. Because like honestly, if we had a religious text, it would be worse. Look at how it is without a religious text. There are still people that are like, no, you have to do it this way because the Athenians did it this way. So you have to do it this way. this is the way it needs to be done. And it's like, no, it's not the way that it needs to be done, because not everybody did it that way, because not everybody was Athenian. I keep forgetting that point, you know? So it's like, it just kind of, I get very, I'm very kind of against the organized part of it, because when that gets brought into it, people start to, because again, people are doing it already, where people start to use things and manipulate things and interpret things in such a way that they try to gain control over people. That it's all about the cults that get started, and it happens already without without any religious authority, without any like religious texts, without any of this like, you know, structure put in place where it's like you do this and this and this, people still manage to do it. So imagine if we were much more organized and had like actual guidelines to follow. Right, Dag? I know. I kind of love seeing how I love the idea that we kind of are free to explore and think about things just based on our own experiences and what we think is right. And I love talking to people, and it helps me see things differently, you know, because it's like, because we are individuals and we are unique and we have our own life history and our own experiences and our own way our brain works, that sometimes we can only see things in a certain way. We can't see it from a different standpoint because it's just, we don't think of it that way. So it's like when someone else comes in and goes, well, what about this? This is how I do it or how I see it. It's like you're mind blown. You're like, oh my God, this is brilliant. You know, like I love those moments. That's kind of one of my favorite things about interacting with the community is like, I get to see things from different perspectives, and it helps me kind of expand my own knowledge and beliefs. And it also just helps you learn more. I love that stuff. Yeah, I like the freedom. I've always been that way. That's one of the reasons I never liked Christianity and Catholicism, especially Catholicism, because I've always, even as a kid, I just was like, who the fuck is the Pope? Like, literally, who is the Pope? You know, like, why does this human being, because he is a human being, he's not divine, he's a human being, why does he get to decide for an entire, this humongous religion that has a huge impact on the world, not even just the followers, but the world? It's his say. Like, who the frig is this guy? I've always been like that. I'm very anti-authority too, so that's a whole thing about me. And I don't like people telling me what to do. I'm very like that, so we'll probably explain more why I'm against things like that, because I'm just like my thing is, so who are you? Like, who are you to tell me about God? You know, I believe in the personal relationship between the individual and the divine. That's what I believe in, and I think that's how it should be. Because I don't think anybody has the authority to tell anyone, no, this is how it needs to be done, or this is what the divine thinks. I don't think any of us have that authority. I think even as me being a priestess, like my job, I don't see my job as to tell anybody what the gods say or what they think or how you need to do something or else. I think of it more as just kind of, I always like to look at it as like couples therapy. Like, that's always how I like to look at it. Like, I'm like the therapist and it's just like you and this God, and I'm like, okay, let's figure out how we can connect better. And it's just kind of giving you ideas on what you can do, and the whole goal is that you will need me less, you know, that you can figure things out on your own. that's kind of how I look at a spiritual leader more, instead of trying to like lead people in and telling them like this is what needs to be done, this is how you need to do it, and like there's no negotiation with that. It's more of like offering up suggestions and kind of helping people work through their own hangups and blockages, because I think that's, in my experience, a lot of the issues comes more from like the individual's own shadow and their own issues, likely with self-esteem, and even coming from like mental illnesses like anxiety will hold you back and all that. So it's kind of like more working on those things and learning to be mindful of those things than it is about the worship itself, by being like, okay, no, make sure you do kernips, and because if you don't, then you're disrespecting the gods. And you know, like I that's not my bag at all. I don't like that kind of authority, because I don't know. To me it just seems, again, with the it goes against that belief of, at you know, the only thing I know for sure is I know nothing. It's kind of like, I feel like that statement puts us all at an even ground of that none of us really know. So I feel like when you start pretending like you're one that actually knows, you're putting yourself above everybody and closer to the divine, when, you know, do you deserve to be there? And like, what makes you so special that you get to be above everybody in that? That's how I look at it. Please write an Aphrodite with a girl myth. That needs to happen. That's one of the reasons I'm like, keep promoting modern mythology, because especially because I'm like, where's all the sapphic action with Aphrodite? You're gonna tell me Aphrodite wasn't hanging out with the ladies? No, I know Aphrodite. Like, no. Yeah, anti-authority. Oh wait, who are we talking about? Well, then at the end of the day, it's still like, who are the Cardinals? My idea is always just like, who are these religious leaders that get to decide everything for everybody? That's just always, that's pretty much like what I mean in terms. I just was using the Pope because he's like, because at the end of the day, like, Catholics look at him as like the epitome of, right? Anything that comes out of his mouth, doesn't matter how, like, whether they decide on it or not, it's coming out of his mouth. People are looking at him like he's, you know, higher than everybody else. And it's like, why? Because exactly what Daniel says, he's just some guy. And so are the Cardinals. They're just some dudes. That's more like the point I was like trying to say was, it's just like, who are these people that they get to make these decisions, these important decisions? And that I'm supposed to just, as a, like, if I was a Catholic, I'm just supposed to go along with it. Like, I don't like that stuff. Are we like, why are we bringing up Lore Olympus? I don't know if that's like someone's trying to get me. I don't have anything against Lore Olympus. The fans can be real jerks, though. I am devoted to Aphrodite. Aphrodite is, she's my main squeeze, I call her. She's got my heart always and forever. She's my lady for all times. She's the only god that I'm devoted to, and likely will be the only god I'm devoted to. So the Hercules party plates. Oh man. I had some of those. I love Hercules. Oh, we could get started on Aphrodite. I will talk about Aphrodite always. That is my bae. Yeah, exactly. Like the way I like to describe mythology is they are, again, just as I said, the idea that because we are humans and we only possess human wisdom, we can't understand the gods. So what mythology does is mythology is a way for human beings to try to understand what they can't possibly understand by using what they do understand, which is human experiences. So that's why the gods are very human. They come across very human and very relatable, and the idea of imperfect, because it is human beings using the only thing that they know, which is human experiences, to try and understand the divine. That's how I like to look at mythology. Disney's Hercules is still like, that's just, it doesn't even matter like how inaccurate it is. It's so fun. Oh, well, speaking of, I don't know what I'm doing. Speaking of Disney's Hercules, his depiction was pretty on point for the Zeus that I know. Okay? Best dad. He's the best. I love him so much. Big Papa, you're the best. But yeah, and it has one of the best soundtracks. I did like a ritual. I have a post on it actually. I can link if you want. But I basically did a ritual that just involved me devoting myself to Aphrodite. I kind of just did a whole like grand ritual. I gave her an offering, lit some candles, and did like a whole prayer where I just, said, I am your devotee, and kind of just declared myself to her, kind of thing. So yeah, it's really kind of, and it was it's bad. It's not bad, but it's just funny because now I'm very like, I always tell people that they should wait when I pretty much like, I think I was only worshiping Aphrodite for like a month, maybe a little bit more, and then I was just like, I'm gonna devote myself to her. I don't regret it. Obviously, it's been like 6 years, and I don't regret it one bit. But it was probably a pretty rash decision. But I don't know. Inwardly, I knew. That's why I always tell people like, you got to go with your gut. Ultimately, with what it's saying. That's why I say what I think is the responsible answer, which is just, waiting is always better. But if you have that gut feeling of just, no, I want to do this, who is anyone to stop you, really? Other than Aphrodite herself. But which, I mean, the gods sometimes will do that too. Like, I was going to devote myself to Apollo, and he was just like, no. Because he's mean to me. It was just like, you're not ready for that one yet. Though he was right. I was not ready. I would not have been ready because I'm still not ready to even be his worshiper. I'm still just like, oh God. Why is it so hard? Yep. I go by everything with your intuition and your gut. Like that's just as we were talking about before. This is all about you. This is your devotion, your worship, your practice, whatever you want to refer to it as. It's yours. So you make the decisions along with the gods that you worship. So you kind of have to learn to trust your instincts and trust your intuition, And some people are going to have their opinions on it. Some people are going to say, oh, but you've only been worshiping for this long. That's not long enough. Or you should do this, you should do that. And people are going to have their opinions. That's just human nature. We all have opinions. You know the saying. I'm not going to say it, but you know the saying. You know, we all have opinions, just as we have other things. But it's just kind of like you have to do what is best for you and what you want to do. And like I said, my story is proof of that. Like at the end of the day, I think it's probably best to wait, especially if you don't have that necessarily that gut instinct of like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, yes, I want to do this, you know. But if you really just are like, oh, but no, I want to be a devotee so bad because I love Aphrodite with all of my heart, then you know what? And she's cool with it. She's just like, yes, my love, yes. Then who the frig, just as we were saying, who the frig is anybody else? They're just some guys. You're welcome. Oh my God, we're going to start talking. Oh my God, Jax, don't even get me on Aries. I do call Apollo a pretty boy because he is. He is such a pretty boy with his hair bow. That damn hair bow. Did you guys know, by the way, that it's official that Apollo is literally Rapunzel? Did you guys know that? I came across a hymn. I think it's Callimachus that he wrote for Apollo. Was it Callimachus? I think so. And it says basically that Apollo has healing hair. That's pretty much what it says, that he has healing hair. So it's official. Apollo's Rapunzel. Oh my God. Are we talking about Aphrodite liking smut? Yeah, Aphrodite is... That's fine. Hey, I'm never going to be mad if people click off to go hang out with Aphrodite. I'm never going to be mad about that. Yeah, do you guys ever notice that? Like, you guys ever notice that, like, the gods... This is actually kind of relates to the thing that I always rant about, how people always say, like, the gods have beef with each other and you can't worship certain gods together. But notice also how it's typically always the women that the goddesses you can't worship together. But that's all. Just as people, by the way, just as people spread Christian propaganda that they don't realize, they're also spreading propaganda of the patriarchy, just so you know. Anyway, that's a whole other rant. It's always interesting to me when people say things like, you know, like you can't worship the gods together, like certain gods together, and because not only is that inaccurate, because that's not how it was in ancient Greece, but I'm like, and it seems to be a lot of people have this same experience where you start with one god and all of a sudden more just show up. Like they just show up. Or like the god that you're worshiping brings in another god. Or even says to you, hey, you know, like Aphrodite's like, hey, have you met Ares? Hey, have you met Hermes? Like, especially Aphrodite, which is really funny because she's usually the one that everyone's like, oh no, Aphrodite doesn't get along with anybody, and she's so jealous and petty. And it's like, Aphrodite's been the one that's like, she's the first one I started worshiping, and after her, it was like the door just blew open, and it was like everybody else showed up. And she was always being the one like, hey, you should totally check out Persephone. She's awesome. Hey, look, it's Apollo. Isn't he pretty? Oh my God. Oh my God, it's my boy Ares. Like, he's so hot and amazing. He'll totally protect you. Like, she's so, oh my God, Artemis being around, like, she is in her glory. She's just like, oh my God, Artemis is here. I'm like, I know. Oh my God, Artemis is here. Like, we're both just like, ah. But it's just so funny to me that it's like, yeah, people say things like, oh, you can't worship them together. I'm like, I've never had that problem. They're always like, it's like my house is like a revolving door of just the deities kind of coming in and out, unless Apollo decides to ban and like Ares and Dionysus. But like, it's not because he has a beef with them. It's because he's like, no, that's going to be too much of a distraction for all the work you're doing. You can't, no. So yeah, it's just weird to me because I'm like, that is not my experience at all. They're very like, they're like referring, they're like doctors giving you a referral to another one, to a specialist, you know, like, this isn't my, you know, like, this isn't my thing, but I'll refer you to this one because that's his thing, you know, like, I don't get it. Yeah, Aphrodite is always pushing Ares on everybody. She really is. I always love hearing people like talk about Ares and all the awesome things Ares has done because yeah, he gets such a bad rap. People think that he's like the epitome of toxic masculinity when he's literally the opposite. Like he is all about healthy masculinity. Yeah, they do that. Gods will do that where they just pop in for a little bit and then like vanish. You're like, where'd you go? Like, what happened? I love Ares. I haven't been able really to work with him again because Apollo doesn't let me right now. So, because I'm a super emotional person to begin with. And a lot of my work that I've been doing is kind of learning to balance my emotions out and to not react on them. So it's like this balance of learning to respect them because I sometimes don't do that, which then is what causes me to act on them too quickly and harshly. Because sometimes it's just like then I get frustrated because I feel like I'm not being acknowledged, and then I get angry over things that I shouldn't get angry over. It's also a very Cancerian thing, I've realized. So I'm kind of trying to learn to balance that stuff out and learn to find a way to acknowledge my emotions but not react so strongly on them. And Ares is pure emotion, like pure raw emotion, and all about reaction and impulse and all that. So for me, that I don't need that energy around me. That's the opposite of what I need. That's why I have Apollo, who's much more like, he's much more logical about things, and Athena is much more like calms me down and goes, let's find the solution. That's her big thing. Whenever I'm freaking out, she comes in and she's like, find the solution. Jesse, the solution. I'm like, okay. I'm like crying. I'm like, okay, the solution. But like, yeah, Ares is the energy is a little much for me right now. But I definitely, in the future, when I kind of learn to balance it out, I want to absolutely work with Ares. Oh, Hermes. I love using Sweet Baby Zeus. I love that. I use that all the time too. Sweet Baby Zeus. Zeus gets a kick out of it. Yes, Jax. I'm all for that. You totally should. Ares he's fantastic. He really is. Yeah, the gods sometimes, man, when you ask them to help you with something, like, you better be ready for it because they will help you. Like, I had all of the help that Hermes has done with me in regards to my anxiety about driving. Though I didn't ask him. He just kind of took it upon himself to show up and help me. But yeah, it wasn't bad. Like, he was good about it where he did things in a way that it was like in my comfort zone. Like, it's not like he threw me on the expressway where I like in Clueless, you know, when Dion is like accidentally gets on the freeway and she's just like screaming. Like, that would be me if I accidentally went on the expressway. But it wasn't like that, but it was done in ways where it was like I knew it was him, because you just were like, the odds of this happening on its own is just like really. But I mean, it worked. That's the thing, though. Like, you get very like, no, I have to do this work. But like, when they force you to actually do it, you realize you're like, oh wow, hey, I did it, and things are getting better. And they're like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. I call Zeus Big Papa after the Biggie song. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Ares is really what the police force should be. Because I know a lot of people get like hung up on the fact that he does represent like the military and the police force and things like that. But I always see it as it's what they should be, which is about protecting the people and being there for the people. That's why I say he's actually the god of both. He's god of both rebellions, but also what is it? Civil order or something like that. But I said it's because it's about what's best for the people. If what is going on and how the system is set up is working for the people, then he's there to uphold it. As the police force, you're there to uphold the system that is working for the people and protect the people. That is what Ares represents. But when it's not, then he's the god of rebellion, because it's like, no, this is not working. This is that's why, like, I don't know, I know, like, me and other people who like my friends who are really close to Ares during, like, with all of the protests going on, the Black Lives Matter protests going on, like, we felt Ares in full force of just like, because that's a perfect example. The system is racist, and the police are not protecting the people. They're protecting this racist system. And so Ares, being the god of rebellions and being the god of, and definitely god of protests, is like, no, this isn't working. This is not how it's supposed to be. And he was absolutely out there with the protesters, trying to protect them and, you know, trying to inspire change, because that's what we need. Because the system has been bad the whole time, and it's like people are finally freaking realizing that. And yeah, so that's always how I see Ares. That's why I love him so much. Did you guys notice too that election day for America was on Tuesday the 3rd? So it was both Ares and Athena, because Tuesdays are sacred to Ares and the 3rd of every month is sacred to Athena. So I was just like, oh damn, it's a war. Like, and I was like, they are out there, and they're just out there at the polls. They're like making sure everything goes right, and they're making sure people are able to vote. They're like, no funny business. Like, I'm like, they're out there. Hermes can be seen as the god of rebellious teenagers, because like being a rebellion is different than rebellious teenagers. Like, it's a little, you know, it's not. And gods can like cross over in the same things. I could definitely see. Well, the thing about Hermes is, and this is something that My friend Nathan has always said, and I totally agree with him, where he talks specifically about, in a very similar way with what I was saying about Aries, Hermes is actually like, because he's the god of thieves, like people look down on him for that. But actually, it's similar with Aries when it's about, he is the one that kind of makes you question the laws that are in place. Because throughout our whole history, there have been laws that are extremely unjust. That are not, we think that just because something is a law, then that makes it right, when it's not. And there still are laws that are super unjust and not okay and that need to change. And that's kind of what Hermes does. Hermes is the one that makes you look at laws and go, but that's not okay. Because it's like, when we talk about thieves and stealing, of course, we want to say that it's wrong, but we're also all going to root for Robin Hood, aren't we? No one's really going to get mad at someone who is stealing because they're hungry, or who's stealing because they don't have money because of the system that we live in that's wrong and unjust, and they need medicine for their baby or medicine for their mother, and it's kind of, it brings to light. It's about bringing light to what is unjust and what is wrong in the world and what's wrong in the system. Yeah. Aries and Hermes are amazing, but and I loved that kind of view of Hermes, because I definitely see him like that he's very much like, and it's what I love about the gods is that they all are really about that. Just as we were saying before about thinking critically, it's that idea. They represent that idea of not just accepting the status quo or just accepting what people say is, actually looking at it and thinking about it and discussing it with other people and being like, is this really just? Is this fair? Is this okay? Is this really what I believe? Is this moral? And they really make you sit back and think about all these different things in our world and in our society, in the system, and say, am I okay with this? And I love that about them. You can end the prayer however way you want. I end the prayer with I love you and blow kisses, because I'm lame like that. Yeah, I always think back to how my mom would get in trouble. Like, she told me stories about how she used to get in trouble with in church because she didn't understand where the dinosaurs fit in. She would always ask, well, what about the dinosaurs? Why aren't the dinosaurs in the Bible? Where are they? Where do they come in? No one's talking about the dinosaurs. I'm learning about dinosaurs in school, but they seem to be completely absent in this. And instead of actually like having a discussion about it, they would just immediately shut her up. Be like, no, we're going to talk about that. And I'm like, it's a valid question. What about the dinosaurs? But I think that's a big problem with Christianity and Catholicism in certain parts of it, because there are people who are really open to discussing things and everything. So this isn't a generalization completely, but I think what we see most and what's kind of shoved in our face most is the idea of kind of denying science and not actually having those conversations about the Bible and what is or isn't likely to be real, or what can you take from the Bible that it doesn't need to necessarily be real or true stories in order for you to get something out of it. Just as like how I always say about mythology, just because we don't necessarily believe that mythology is real doesn't mean that there isn't use for it or there isn't value in it. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, especially because it doesn't seem like it, but technically we are in an age of, we are in the Enlightenment age, or we're at least past it. We're supposed to have been past it, but I know it sure as hell doesn't seem like it, but we are a lot more, we think about things, and we are much more science-based, and we need, I remember in one of my episodes of Tea with the Gods, I said, like, we're all about the receipts. You know, even like whether you want to talk about something serious, like, you know, science, certain things with science, or whether you're trying to drag a bitch, like, you need the receipts. Everybody wants the receipts. So, you know, we kind of, and unfortunately with the spiritual world, a lot of things don't have receipts, really. It's kind of more about having those conversations, those philosophical conversations, and looking at what we do have and just kind of trying to piece together things that make sense for us. And it's sort of like, I like that. But other, like Christianity and Catholicism, it's not like that. It's very much kind of like, what's in the book, or whatever this sect of the religion thinks, you know, whatever their beliefs are and what their texts say, or what their religious authorities say. And it's just kind of like, that's so boring to me too. I'm like, where's the discussions? Like, where's that? This is how I know that Hellenic polytheism is for me, because I'm just like, where's the philosophy? Where's those discussions that I just know, like Socrates is like, I know, right? Like, he would be so bored with Christianity and Catholicism. He'd be like, why is no one talking? Like, why is this one person just standing up there talking? Like, and I'm not allowed to talk back to him? Like, that makes no sense. Dionysus was making fun of you. I know. The receipts, yeah. You always need the receipts, man. It does. It really does. Like, and that's another thing. Like, I have to admit, I get slightly offended, and I try not to, because I understand like where people are coming from, but I always get so offended when people ask me, like, can Hellenic polytheists believe in evolution? And I'm just like, do you think I don't believe in evolution? Like, do you think I don't believe in science? Like, are you kidding me? Do you know what Apollo would do to me if I was just like, evolution is dumb? Like, the look he would give to me, he would be so disappointed. Like, like, they're all about science. Apollo especially. So I'm like, this is like, and also it's like, look at the ancient Greeks. Like, a lot of our modern science is like, comes from the philosophers and their way of thinking and looking at things. And it's just like, like, what? It's like, just because there are Christians who don't believe in evolution does not mean all religious people are like that. That's, again, it goes back to that conversation of Christianity is not the representation of all religions, and we need to remember that. Yeah, exactly. See, Emily was already started the whole Apollo, the god of knowledge and everything. Yes, Apollo's the god of knowledge. He's also the god of medicine. Like, it's I just get so frustrated because I'm like, exactly. It all goes back to that, the Christian propaganda and the idea that Christianity represents all religions. It's like, no, Like, stop looking at, like, you know what it reminds me of? And this was actually another rant I wanted to do on the live stream. It reminds me a little bit of sometimes how Wicca is represented in the witch community, where it's like people think that just like Wicca is not just a form of witchcraft, but just witchcraft in general. That's all that it's, that Wicca is it. Like, if you're a witch, you're a Wiccan. It's kind of the same idea where it's like people think that Christianity is it. That's it. That's the how we look at religion as a whole. When it's like there's so many other different practices and beliefs and traditions that are going on that have nothing, that are not related at all to Christianity. It always frustrates me. Again, because it just, like, I get offended because I'm so I'm so science-minded. Like, I've always loved science my whole life. It was one of my favorite subjects. Like, history and science were my two favorite subjects. And, like, I loved it. And I'm very science-minded. And so it's like, I get offended. Like, do you not think I believe in science? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I was the one that was like living my best life in like all of my science classes because it was like my mind was just expanding and it was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, chemistry. Oh, I loved chemistry. I would come home and talk to like my friends from other schools and I would just teach them everything I learned in chemistry. And they're like, you're way too excited about this. I'm like, but it's so cool. Or when I took astronomy in college and learned about the universe and how the world was made. Oh my God. You know, like, it's so freaking cool. So I get really, I felt like, you think just because I'm a religious person, you think I don't believe in science? Like, no. Like, I absolutely believe in science. And so do my gods. Again, my gods would look at me the way you're looking at me right now thinking I don't believe in science if I didn't believe in science. He is yelling at everyone to wear a mask. It's like, God damn it, just wear a friggin' mask. Yeah, I know. The universe was just like, Apollo, you are the best. We give you all the things. Well, my actual theory about why Apollo has all the things, well, there's technically two. One is that, because it depends on how you want to look at how the things are given. Do we give the gods the things? Do we decide? Or do they just kind of let us know with inspiration that they're the gods of that thing and it's some other way they get it handed to them? So either way, my theories are, if it's we give it to them, it makes complete sense Apollo would have all the things, because Apollo, everybody loves Apollo. Apollo has been the most beloved since ancient Greece, and he still is today. Everybody loves Apollo. So that's why he has all the things, because they're just like, Apollo needs all the things and deserves all the things because he's the best. You know, the other way, I believe that it's Apollo gets a lot of the things because he is he's basically Zeus's right-hand man, and Zeus sees Apollo as being the most responsible of his children, because he is definitely the most responsible of Zeus's children, and so he can trust Apollo to have all these things. Also, again, these are all just my beliefs. Think critically and do what you will with them. But my experience with both Apollo and Zeus, I really believe that another reason Apollo has gotten like so much trusted to him is because Zeus sees the love that he has for humanity in Apollo. Apollo loves humanity just as much as his father does. So he knows he can trust Apollo. Not only is he responsible, but he has that that desire and that love to take care of and nurture and protect humanity that Zeus has. And he so that's why Zeus has handed a lot of, especially a lot of if you think about it, a lot of what Apollo is associated with really has to do with us and protecting us, caring for us, nurturing us, helping us grow. Like it really is based in humanity and like what really humanity needs to thrive and what we desire and things like that. So it's to me, that's what I think. I think it has to do with Apollo's love for us and Zeus seeing that. And he's trusted a lot to Apollo because of it. Yeah, everybody does love Apollo. Yeah, I call Apollo Golden Prince all the time. He is my Golden Prince. That is the first time I have ever heard anyone say that Apollo intimidates them. Thalia, I've just experienced a first. That's amazing, because normally that is not how it is. Usually it's, yeah, people immediately gravitate towards him. Like, I've never heard anyone say, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm really like, not saying that people should be intimidated by him, but I'm kind of like, and I'm not happy you're intimidated, but there's a part of me that's like, okay, some people get that he's not a super sweet, soft cinnamon roll, like he's a powerful, intense deity. So I mean, yeah, like we can think whatever we want about how they get there. I mean, I don't know. I kind of, it's weird because in one breath, this is always my problem. My problem is especially because I have a history degree, so I've done a lot of things through that lens of studying it as a historian. So it's like in one breath, I can't help but see what is clearly human, if that makes sense. Like what is clearly ancient Greek, like what is clearly human beings influencing or trying to understand what they can't understand, and what is very clearly human. But then also trying to not let that always be the dominating factor of how I look at things, because just because something can be seen as human doesn't necessarily mean that it is. And then it kind of takes a lot of like I don't know, like it takes a lot of the magic out of it also. Because then it's sort of like, well, then can't you just say that these gods completely were just invented by human beings as a way to understand their world? Which you could make that argument. A lot of people do make that argument. And so it's kind of like trying to find that balance of looking at things through, I guess, a logical, I don't necessarily call it logical, but through a let's not look at the gods as real lens and let's look at the gods as real lens, kind of like balancing those two, because not everything that the ancient Greeks said or did, or their reasons for doing it and all that, everything is purely divine. It's not purely, it's a lot of it is just their own interpretations of things and them putting what their beliefs, like their beliefs and everything, into what they were writing and what they were interpreting. So it's like trying to find that balance between both. It's difficult sometimes. So it's like in one breath, I could definitely see it being that that the ancient Greeks just gave the gods certain associations, because in a lot of ways, like, you can see it happening, because it's like they weren't the god of something for the longest time, and then all of a sudden they were. Like, I mean, a great example too is Apollo and Artemis becoming gods of the sun and the moon, when for the longest time was always Helios and Selene. But now in modern times, like those are so integral to who they are now, in a way, like it kind of gave them those associations because they didn't have them before, and now they do, to such an extent too. It's not even just like it's a footnote or something. Like, most people will know not much about ancient Greece, but what they'll tell you is when you ask, like, who's the sun deity, they'll say Apollo. Like, that's what they'll know, more than his other associations, which are arguably more important and have been more integral to who he is, like prophecy and the lyre and medicine and things like that. So it's like, when you look at it that way, you kind of can't help but be like, well, it seems like we are the ones that give them these associations and everything. But then in another breath, I'm kind of like, but if we see them having like a clear hierarchy in a lot of ways, like everything I believe about Zeus kind of goes against that. Because it's like, well, then why is he king of the gods? Did he get that because we nominated him and we voted him in? Like, I don't know. Like, did we just hire them without realizing we did? Which is kind of hilarious. I'm just imagining them all just sitting there, like in like a waiting room, just waiting to see like what their jobs and titles are going to be. Poor Apollo. Poor Apollo's like looking at his list. He's like, why do I have so many? Friggin' Dionysus is like, yeah, wine, score. I just thought of that Bernie Sanders meme where it says, I am once again asking you. So I'm just imagining it's like, in my mind, I see Hestia as Marie Kondo. So I'm just seeing Marie Kondo and it says, I'm once again asking you to clean your room so it sparks joy. Yeah, congratulations, Apollo. You're being promoted to the health department. Congratulations, Apollo. You're being promoted to the knowledge department. Congratulations, Apollo. You're being promoted to the prophecy department. Congratulations. Apollo's just like, Artemis just pats him on the back. Good luck with that one. I get to go run around in the forest with the ladies. Yeah, that's right. Aphrodite's like, they're like, okay, Aphrodite, you get sex. Aphrodite's like, hell yeah, I do. That is correct. That is the correct answer. Well, we don't want Apollo to hit you with a shoe, so please go study, and good luck with your finals. Anybody who has finals this week, by the way, sorry for deciding to come back during finals week. I didn't really think about that, and I knew it was finals week because I have friends that are having finals right now. I was like, oh, I have bad timing just like my mother, but oh, I do have thoughts about Aphrodite and Hephaestus's marriage. I do. Okay, so my thoughts about that are I kind of see it two ways. Firstly, I see it as not Aphrodite was like super like vain and shallow, where she looked at Hephaestus and she's just like, ew, I don't want to marry him. I saw that Aphrodite didn't want to marry anyone. Aphrodite is she's just not, she just doesn't want to be married, because I mean, you can't have the goddess of love, you can't like say no, you can only be with this one person. Like, that's, you can't cage love like that. So, you know, she has to be allowed to express that love. It all flows from her. She's the source of it. So she's got to be allowed to, because she's going to feel it for, you know, all different people that she meets and all that. And so she needs to be able to be free to do that. So I think for her, just marriage is like a cage. That's what it is. So it had nothing against Hephaestus. It was just marriage as a cage. And I think for her, if she was going to marry anyone, it would be Ares, because she does truly love Ares. And because Ares, they would have just been like, okay, yeah, we're married. But Ares would have let her, they would have still been doing what they were doing, being in their open relationship. And like, so it was like they understand each other, because they're both the same way. They're both very passionate and emotional people. And they respect each other for who they are. So and they have confidence in their love for each other, that they don't need monogamy. So for them, that's why she'd be like, oh, but I'd want to marry Ares, is because nothing would change for her if she married Ares. But I believe that either I like the idea of Aphrodite and Hephaestus being a couple, and Hephaestus respecting who Aphrodite is and not trying to tie her down, and Aphrodite loving the peaceful moments that she gets with Hephaestus, because it's different. Because Hephaestus is you know, Hephaestus loves his work, and he's always very concentrates on his work. So I always imagine like that's his, I always say that that's Hephaestus is also a god of passion. It's just different than like Ares. When we look at Ares, like we picture like a wildfire of passion. Like it's just blazing through everything, while Hephaestus is so tightly focused on what he's doing that it almost seems to, I say it almost seems to stand still. It's my poetic way of putting it. But that's how I look at it as. So I kind of think that she likes being around that and just being able to sit there and just watch him work. And it's a very like peaceful, calming like moment for her. And I do think like, you know, the way that he handles her is a very like delicate, like it's the most precious metal, and she likes that too. So I kind of, that's like one way I like to look at it, like if they're still together. But I do, my friend Nathan really kind of has me loving I always forget her name, but it's one of the Graces that he ends up marrying. I always forget her name, but he's got me like really into that now. So I'm kind of like, oh, because I'm like, you know, maybe Hephaestus really should have somebody that is, you know, just with him and that just loves him, and like they could be like a monogamous couple together, because maybe that's what he wants. And I kind of really like that. And I think it works too, because since she's one of the Graces, it's like almost like Aphrodite gave the blessing. Like Aphrodite was like, yeah, oh my God, I love this. So, you know, so I'm kind of been leaning more towards that. I kind of really like it. It's super cute. Oh, so Hephaestus's passion is, so the thing about Hephaestus is he, a lot of people don't know, but he like, well, they know, but he's a creative god himself. You know, he's he's all about working with your hands. Like he's all about he's the god of, you know, blacksmiths, he's the god of sculpting. Some other things I can't remember, but it's a lot to do. I think like all kinds of metalworking. He and it's all just using his hands, and he really. I just when I think about him, I think about someone who is so passionate about the thing that they do and just so hyper focused on it. This is actually one of the reasons a lot of autistic people see Hephaestus as being autistic and representing the autistic community, because of that being super hyper focused on something, because that's how autistic people can be when they really get into something and they just get super hyper focused on something. And my brother's autistic, and like when someone had said that to me, I was like, oh my god, yeah, like that's my brother. My brother, he gets so intensely focused on something and he becomes like a master at it in only like in such a short amount of time, because he just puts all his energy and effort and everything into that one thing. And that's Hephaestus. Like everything, his time, his energy, it all goes into creating. He loves it so much that it's just that's what he does. I have a whole post that I made on it where I just was talking about it, because I think people don't think about it that way, because I think when we think about like sometimes when we think about passion, like we see it as being very active, and we see it like that's why passion is usually very associated with fire. And when we think of it, we think of something that's in this constant motion, and that's constantly that's so intense it'll burn through everything. You know, we see it almost as really volatile sometimes, which is very relatable to Aries, you know. And I think that's how we view passion. But with Hephaestus, it's a little bit more, it's just so hyper focused in on one thing. It's not a passion that burns down a whole forest, because it's more of like a candle kind of, you know. But that candle, that flame is still hot, and that flame will still burn you, and it still has the ability to, you know, cause damage if it wants to, but it's so tightly focused on the wick that it's on that, you know, you just don't look at it the same way as you do as like, you know, a blazing fire. So yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, you definitely deserve to feel validated. Mm. Yeah, I love Hephaestus. I think, and the thing too about him is he doesn't get enough recognition, especially when in reality he kind of is the god of today. Like everybody looks at Apollo, and Apollo, of course, is important, especially as we talked about with the idea of knowledge and being knowledge based. But Hephaestus is the god of technology. He's the one that made in the mythology, they have him making a robot, like the first robot. So he is the god of technology. I always see him as the god of the internet. Like he's I know some people see it as like a joint effort of um Hephaestus and Hermes. I always say that Hephaestus is like the creator of the internet and like the physical internet, while Hermes is the god of what we choose to do with the internet. You know, because he's the god of memes. Like when I think about cat videos, I'm like, this is the most Hermes thing I can think of. Like we have this such powerful tool, and what we decide to do with it is take videos of our cats and share them with other people on the internet. I'm like, that is the most Hermes thing I can think of. So, but Hephaestus he's the god of technology. So he really is the god of the modern world, because the modern world is run and is shaped by technology. So he really is kind of the most important god, yet we forget about him all the time, because it's kind of focusing so much on what exactly gets written. Like when you go to like theoa.com and what it says, god of blah 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 blah, we get so focused on those that we don't like look past that into, again, the stories where it's like, okay, he's seen as making a robot. Obviously he knows how to make a robot, so he's the god of technology, because it's about learning to, I know some people don't like when I say it, but modernizing the gods, but I think that's what it is. It's kind of like, it's not like they weren't that to begin with. It's not saying that Hephaestus is only just now being the god of technology, but he wasn't referred to that way in ancient Greece. And it's like, but because it wasn't really that important as it is for us today, when technology is literally shaping our entire world constantly, because technology is constantly advancing and moving forward. And it's like, we do need gods to like represent things that are important to us in our world. So it's like having to look kind of between, like, read between the lines of things and not just go by what the ancient Greeks said, So that's kind of like, so with Hephaestus, that's a big thing, I think, because it's like everyone just sees him as the god that makes armor. That's kind of how everyone sees him as. He's the god, he's the blacksmith god. And he makes the swords and the armor, and people are like, well, we don't need that anymore. And it's like, no, but that's not all he does. And also he's a creative god. And he represents creators and the passion of creators, and using your hands to literally just take something, like either build something out of nothing or completely transform something. He's all about innovating. Like, I love Hephaestus. He really needs more love. Yeah, we were talking about it. I said that he's the god of technology because he invented the first robot. Let's see. Modern things I associate with the other gods. Exactly. You're right. Okay. The whole, like, people are just looking at those, like, lists and not at all, like, actually reading the primary sources and things. Because that's how you do it. When you read all that stuff, then you're like, oh. Like, and a big thing that I actually learned with Artemis, and this isn't even a modern thing, this was her in ancient Greece, but it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot, is her being the goddess of transitions. And it's like, I mean, it's written, like, it's pretty much right there. Like, when you read about her, you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But it's kind of like, that's something that she doesn't get associated with enough. That's really important. And I actually was thinking, too, I'm like, if she's the goddess of transitions, that means she's also the goddess of transition in terms of gender. So, like, that's like to me, I'm like, that was like mind-blowing to be like, oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Yes, Artemis fucking does say trans rights. I'm trying to think what more. It's like they don't come to me. Like, they'll come to me as I just start rambling. I'm trying to think, but I'm really big with modernizing kind of the gods and really bringing them into the modern world and making them relevant for us today. And kind of seeing them through that lens instead of just because it doesn't they represented what they represented back then because that's what was important to the ancient Greeks in their world and in their culture and everything. For us, it's different. We're not ancient Greeks. We don't live in that time period. So we need stuff that is going to be relevant to us today. So, but you do it by looking at what their ancient associations were and what the ancients thought about them and said about them. And then you can start being like, wait, okay. You start being able to connect the dots, like with Hephaestus, with the idea that he created the first robot. So you're like, okay, this is the god of technology. Like, he absolutely is, because that's his thing, and he's always like using his hands to create and innovate. And especially like his whole thing too is he's always like making new armor and just always making it better and better. So, and that's technology today. We're always advancing and working towards the next thing. I'm trying to think. So I'm trying to think of all the gods and what I see them as that would be more modern, because a lot of things actually still can apply to today. Like Zeus being the god of justice and everything. Yeah, I agree. The gods are not on board with turf rhetoric. Oh, Sharon, I like that. Persephone is the goddess of sexual gender fluidity because she's all about crossing non-existent boundaries. That's a really good. See, now that's stuff I love. I love like looking at the idea that because Persephone represents being able to be like she has that duality and that fluidity and everything, then looking at it, instead of looking at it in a very specific terms of, oh, well, she's specifically duality and fluidity in being the goddess of spring and the queen of the underworld, but looking at it in more in terms of like fluidity in general. Like, I think that's a good way to kind of modernize the gods, is not making it so specific, but looking at it in a broader way. You know, like the idea of Artemis being the goddess of transitions. Now in ancient Greece, that was all about specifically like women, like girls becoming women. That's kind of really the big one. There were other things too. Like I think they also talked about like freedom and slaves and that, and the idea of wild and society and things like that. But I know the big one was girls becoming women and then having kids and all that, because she really represented all that. But then now looking at it in terms of like transition in general and being able to say, well, transition in terms of gender, like that, you know, she's the goddess that rules over that. Like I like being able to have that freedom to look at things as big picture like that, and being able to apply these broader concepts to what's relevant for us today, because a lot of like the specifics were specific to ancient Greece and isn't relevant to us today. So we can look at it in a broader way of, you know, seeing like Persephone as fluidity. So then in that, you know, and I really like that. That's really cool. Oh, I definitely agree with that. Like Hades governing the fear of death. I like that. There's so many for Dionysus. Like it's weird. It's funny because I feel like there, like, how sometimes we say things like the gods, like we relate to certain gods in certain, or we feel them more. That's what I should say. Like we feel gods the most in certain times and seasons and everything. And it's like moments like this is when I'm like, I really do feel like there's a real, like there's proof and evidence to that, because everyone has been talking about Dionysus since November. I have seen Dionysus come up constantly on all of my social medias, people talking to me about him. He keeps coming up so much. And the funny thing is it's me and Nathan were talking about associating specifically Dionysus with this time of year and the winter season and the holiday season and all that. And I know other people associate him with this time of year too. So it's just kind of like I can't help but feel like there is an accuracy to that that's more than just us just kind of pulling it out of our ass, you know, because he just keeps coming up. He's the reason for the season. I mean, well, it depends on how you want to label virgin. I can't get into the conversation of this, of that. So I'm going to start ranting about looking at like what the ancient Greeks mean about virginity and what that means in regards to sexuality of the gods, because people get into huge arguments, pointless arguments in my opinion, about that. And it's a huge pet peeve of mine, because I don't like when people are literally insulting each other and ripping each other apart over something that it doesn't need to happen. It does not need to happen. So why are we getting so offended over this when it's just like, yeah, I think Dionysus definitely is a winter god, because I think he's got a lot of stuff. He does. I admit, like, my knowledge of Dionysus, out of all the gods, he's definitely the one that I don't have a lot of knowledge on, because I'm not allowed to worship him. So I'm like, I don't want to read about him and then be like, oh, but I really love him, because I know I will. He's on my list to start researching eventually, but he does have I know he's got a lot of he does actually have a lot of stuff during this time of year anyway. So just like he's got stuff during this time, just like Aphrodite is very big with like the summertime. A lot of her festivals are celebrating spring, summer. So that's kind of how that works. But yeah, I'm not allowed to. Apollo has banned me. Oh, Apollo has banned me from worshiping Dionysus and Ares currently. It's not like a beef thing. It's not like he's like, oh, I hate those guys. No, it's just he doesn't think those energies are gonna be healthy for me right now. And it's not even necessarily anything bad against them. It's more of like he's like, you're gonna use, like, I'm going to use those energies as an unhealthy way. So and I think he's just like, it's gonna be a distraction, 100%. So it's sort of like he's kind of like, just don't. No, we're not doing that. So yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. There's definitely a restraining order. Definitely, Apollo has a restraining order. He's like, nope, you're not allowed around Jesse. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is so funny because I've been saying this to so many people because everybody keeps asking me about Apollo, why, you know, the whole belief about Apollo not being around during this time, and I keep having to repeat the whole Apollo leaving Delphi to go to Hyperborea and Dionysus takes his place. And yet my brain is not registering. Yeah, Dionysus takes his place in the wintertime at Delphi, Jesse. There's right there reference to him being a winter god, you moron. Thank you, Eduardo. It's very, very right. I completely forgot about that. And it's just so, it really is just funny because for a while I kept having to talk about, because everyone was like, what do you mean by Hyperborea? What's that whole thing? And I kept having to say it over and over and over again. And yet it just went out of my head. Yeah, Dionysus is actually, I think, he's a really important god to look to because I think there's a lot of one of the things that has been coming up because everybody's talking about him a lot now is this kind of idea that people really have specific aspects that they associate him with and they kind of treat him like that's all he is when he actually represents so much. He's similar to Apollo where he does have a lot of things and he was a very very important god in antiquity, and like he was so popular like that he became an Olympian. Like the people loved him so much that he ended up, they made him an Olympian because they were like, we love this guy, you know. And he represents a lot and he's got a lot of history, but people, he gets watered down to just being the god of wine and that and madness and like that and debauchery and things like that, when it's like he's got a lot more, so much more. Like he's a very very important god and he's a very powerful god. So that's been a big conversation that's I've been seeing coming up, is kind of really getting people to see Dionysus for the multifaceted god that he is, because he really is. He's very similar to Apollo in that sense, where he's got a lot more going on than just this one thing that our society has been kind of pushing. You know, it's always seeing him as this very like drunk this drunk god all the time, and that's not Dionysus at all. So yeah, I definitely encourage people to do it for me because I can't read about Dionysus, but read about Dionysus. Yeah, it's so many and so many just really important, really truly important aspects. So yeah, that's like I said, that's been a big conversation that's been happening, is kind of really a lot of Dionysus followers are trying to get people to see him, you know, in a just how expansive his role is. Hi, Curtis. Exactly, Jax. Exactly. It's so true. They are more complex and multifaceted than we even can realize. It's so true. That's why it's like it's really, I get frustrated when people try to put them in boxes because I always call them universes. They are universes within themselves. Like that's how expansive they are. They are universes within themselves, and it's like we, just as you know, we only know about like this much of our universe. That's how we are with the gods. But it's actually one of the things I love so much because it's like there's always something new to discover about them. Like I say that to Aphrodite all the time. Like I've known her now for 6 years, I've been her devotee for that long, but I'm still learning about her. I'm every day, it's like something new and just new realizations and new understanding of just how magnificently powerful this goddess is. And I freaking love that. I love that for like the rest of my life, I'll keep learning about her and I'll never actually even cover half of who she is and what she represents. Like, and I know for some people that can seem like sad, but for me, I look at it as such a good thing. Like, I'm just always going to be, she's always going to find new ways to surprise me. And I love that. Oh my God. Hello, Russia. Oh, that's amazing. I always love like that people from other countries are, you know, actually hanging out and listening to the things that I'm saying. So cool. Oh my God, Nathan, I'm just realizing that it's I'm just realizing it's you. I didn't know you were gonna be here. I know. I love seeing that. Makes me so happy because I think it just shows like how um like it just to me it makes me so happy because it just shows how like beloved the gods are and how the gods really are for everybody. Like it doesn't matter where in the world you come from. Like you can find comfort and validation and home in the gods, and I love that. And it's also why I'm such a proponent on like the idea that we need to be able to cultivate our own practices and our own relationships with the gods because we all have such different lives and experiences because we come from all across the world, you know, and we see things differently and we experience things differently, you know, and it's like we should be allowed to build a practice based around that and that works for us as an individual. And it's just because something works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you because we live two different lives, you know? Oh, I'm always laughing. I mean, I live in America. Like, of course I laugh at politics. Politics in America is a joke. Like, oh, look who's been the freaking president for my president for damn like 4 years. Of course I'm laughing. I have to keep myself from like crying or from breaking something. Uh, I'm happy you popped in. I know I told Nathan that I was gonna be doing a live stream either Wednesday or Thursday, but then everybody ended up like wanting it to be Wednesday or Monday, and I was just like, oh, okay. I guess Thursday's out, and my dad ended up being like, I might need you to help me with my car on Wednesday, so I was like, I guess Monday it is. Sorry, Nathan. Oh, I hate that. I think Persephone absolutely loves her mom. I do I've had this conversation before where I don't like I mean, I think we people should be allowed to reimagine mythology however way that they choose. And if you know they want to make Demeter the villain, fine. If they want to make Hades the villain, fine. But for me, it's like what I think doing that just sort of defeats the purpose of the story, which is this all about Persephone and Persephone finding her own power and her own voice. And when people constantly have this back and forth about Demeter and Hades, I'm like, you're erasing Persephone from her own story. And you're taking autonomy away from her, which the whole point of the story, at least from my perspective, was supposed to be about. Well, I mean, technically the story is about Demeter. Let me pull that back. Traditionally, the story is actually a Demeter story. It's about Demeter, because if you read the whole story and the hymn and everything, it follows Demeter and it's about Demeter. So it really is technically it's her story. But if we want to make it into a Hades and Persephone story, then I think it needs to be focused on Persephone. You know, and this idea of learning to balance, I think it's much more of a an interesting discussion to have, learning to balance your, especially as a woman, to balance your family, your immediate family, and then family you're marrying into, because that's difficult to, and it's funny now that it's funny because I'm just thinking about that and I'm like, that's really relevant to my life. Not to get super personal, but like that was a big thing in my life, was my mother trying to balance her mother with my father, who did not get along. My father and her mother, who did not get along. So I'm kind of looking at that now like, oh, I could see like Persephone's story in a whole different way. So it's kind of like, I do believe, that's what I think. I see she definitely loves them both. I mean, she gets to go see both. And like she gets to go be with her mother during the spring and summertime, and she gets to be with her husband during the fall and winter time. So I don't see why she can't and doesn't love them both. I think she absolutely does. I think, again, it's learning about balancing those out. It is a Cerberus stuffy. Yeah, speaking of the underworld, my little Cerberus. Stay, chubby boy. No, he's too chubby. He keeps wanting to fall over. That's true. I do love Nathan calls Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades the three kings, and I love it. But yeah, Demeter is definitely another god that I think is very underrated. Considering like she's the reason we eat. Like we get to eat. She's like, it's similar to Hephaestus when it's like he's the god of technology, which we wouldn't be able to do this right now without him, and we wouldn't be able to live without Demeter because she's our, like, she is rules over our food. So like she definitely is super underrated, and she just gets seen as mom of Persephone. And yeah, she ends up becoming a villain and it's like, what's with that? Why does everybody want to make somebody else a villain in order to try to make Hades not a villain? Do you notice that? Because in order to not make Hades the villain, we have to make Demeter the villain. And in order to make Hades look like the best of his brothers, we have to make Zeus and Poseidon the villains. Like, why? Why do we have to make anyone villains? That's what me and Nathan had this conversation. That's one of the reasons, like, we love like the Iliad so much, is because there is no villain. There's no villain in the Iliad. Like, everyone except Patroclus. He's wonderful. Everyone is just fucking up left and right. Like, you know, like you can make an argument for anyone being the villain in that story. But there is no like clear good. This is not a good versus evil thing. This is very, that probably goes back to Christianity now that I'm thinking about it. Our whole conversation about Christian propaganda and Christian thought and all that, the good versus evil trope. And why we're so obsessed with that. We are so obsessed with that. With everything, having to label things as good and evil. And having to have whoever it is spell out for us. This is who you're rooting for. This is who you're not rooting for. Delia didn't do that. Delia just wrote a story about like people behaving like people. And then we're all going to argue over who's the villain and who's the hero, which we can do because it's just written in such a way that it's like you can make an argument for everybody. And that's what's awesome about it. But it's like, yeah, why do we need... Patroclus is the best boy. He was the only one that did nothing wrong. Exactly, Jax. It really is never... It is in humanity, it is very rarely ever so black and white. There are instances where things are pretty black and white, but for the most part, a lot of things are in the gray area of it can go either way, you know? Yeah. 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 That, Alexis, yes. That is so true, that if someone's good, they can't have any negative qualities. Fantastic point. And it works too, because I just watched the live action Mulan, the 2020 live action Mulan. And that played into that. A lot of the problems that people had with it, and me included, is that like Mulan was just too perfect. Like they did not give her any negative qualities or didn't make her have to work for anything. Like she just was great right at the beginning. And there was no real character arc or story there. And it's like, that's so true. The idea that it's like, we are so now, there's like this sense, and I'm going to use a word that Nathan hates. It's like the concept of purity. It's like all these people that are good and everything, they have to be super pure and squeaky clean and have no kind of blemish of, you know, faults on them and all that. And it's just like, that's so boring. It's not only not accurate because human beings are inherently flawed. We are inherently, I always said the one thing that we're perfect at is being imperfect. That is the only thing we're perfect at, is being imperfect. And we are so flawed. And so it's not even accurate to how human beings are, but it's also boring. It's so boring. Like the Iliad is so much fun to read because everybody is just, you're like, this person's worse than that person, and that one's messing up, and then that one's doing this, and then that one actually maybe did something good. Okay, well, no, now they ruined it. Like, it's just like, it's just human beings being human beings, and like, that's entertainment in itself. Oh my god, yeah. The chi powers. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? I was like, and they like never even explained it. And I watched a video where a Chinese person goes over like everything that's just wrong in it, and they like, she talked about the chi. She's like, that's not even how chi works. She's like, that's not what it is. And I'm like, I had a feeling. Yes, the chosen one. Yes, exactly. I hate that whole thing, like the chosen one. But I will give the one thing you know, Harry Potter was considered the chosen one, and that boy was flawed as fuck. Like, I hated following him around. Oh God. He was anyway. Isn't it? Oh my God, I love the Iliad. I actually really want to. I reread it this year, and it just was such an amazing experience, and it's like helped me so much in so many different ways. And I have like so many thoughts and opinions about it. Like I'm always ranting and yelling and raving and say all these things. I really want in the new year to do like a whole series on the Iliad where like I break it down to help people, because I know sometimes it's a little hard to understand, so be able to break it down and then just give my thoughts and opinions on it. And yeah, oh my God, like I love the Iliad. I talk about it all. I reread it back in like May, and I'm still talking about it. Like I still will not shut up about it. Oh, well, book club, okay. Well, I have a Discord. It's technically a secret Discord, but I usually mention it in my live streams. I usually mention it at the end, but I did want to actually try to mention it a little bit earlier, so more people could see it. But I do have a secret Discord, and the reason I'm also mentioning it is we do have a book club. It's on pause right now, but I want to, especially if more people are really interested in it, I'd want to bring it back in the new year. That's actually one of the reason I reread it was because it was for the book club. So if you want to join the Discord, all you have to do is message me somewhere on social media, and I'll send you the link to it, because it's secret. So I don't post about it or anything. So I'll definitely send you the link. It's a nice and quiet, like it's active, but it's like, it's not super overwhelming because it's secret. And I like to keep it a little hush hush, just, to keep it not too overwhelming for everybody and for me, because this has been the first time I've been like an admin for something like this. Where's my phone? Do you ever hear like you hear your phone ringing and you don't know where it is? Whatever. Oh, it fell in my couch. I knew she was going to do that. I told my mom I'm doing a live stream today, and yet she still is texting me and calling me. My mother, she doesn't listen to me. Anyway, so yeah, message me on any of my social medias and I'll send you the link to the Discord and everything. All you have to do is just message me on any one of my social medias. So Tumblr. If you're going to message me on Tumblr, DM me on Tumblr. Don't send an ask. Tumblr, Instagram, Twitter, any of those, just DM me and be like, hey, can I have the invite to the Discord? And I'll send it to you. I have no problem rereading the Iliad and the Odyssey again. I have no problem, because that's what's so great about it. Actually, I would love to do it again and make Nathan participate, because he didn't get a chance to when we were doing it originally. So make Nathan participate in it, because like me and him have fantastic discussions on it. Oh my God, I have to reread the Odyssey. See, I know the Iliad more than I know the Odyssey. That's like he threatens Athena, and Athena's just like, that was a great threat. I love Athena. They do. Homer's works really does have really great reread value. Like I admit I'm not one to reread, especially fiction. I don't know why. I'm like, I guess because I'm in my brain, I'm always just like, my time could be used reading a new book. So I'm I already know how this one goes. So I am not really one to reread, but the Iliad and the Odyssey, I reread. Like I will absolutely reread, and I have reread them a few times, and it's just like I love them because you always find something new, and you always find new ways to look at things, and new things to focus on. Like for me, I really want to reread the Iliad because I want to explore how fate is used in it. Because I do think like a lot of I just have a lot of questions on how fate is used in the Iliad and what the Iliad says about it and how it works and all that. Like I found myself like the more I read it, like thinking about it. So now I kind of want to go into it full, like actually looking for that. Emily, shouldn't you be studying? My favorite, I actually really want to do because I've been reading a lot more of like the hero stories. Like I'm reading the Aeneid right now, and I really want to do like videos of like, my top 5 favorite heroes and the top 5 shittiest heroes and things like that. I was like, "Oh, I should do that. That'd be fun to just, praise certain heroes and roast other ones." Um I think I like in the Iliad specifically, I like Patroclus, Aeneas, and Hector. Those are the 3 that I like. Yeah, exactly, Alexis. I love like my favorite part is being able to discuss it with other people because yeah, sometimes like that's why I love my discussions with Nathan because like he sees things in certain ways that I didn't even think about, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I didn't even think of that." I know. I am. I'm turning into Apollo. Go study. He's working through me. He's like literally yelling, like he's like, "Tell them you need to go study. They'll listen to you." Like, are you sure? Oh, Ajax. I actually really want to read the play Ajax. That's on my list. I've been really into reading like all the stories that are related to the Iliad. So I read the Oresteia. We read the Oresteia for the book club too, and oh, so great. One like I love the Oresteia, and we read that, and now I'm reading. Like I said, now I'm reading the Aeneid. Yeah. Actually, Nathan, yeah. When I was yelling at Emily, something was just like, also tell Nathan he needs to go study too. Probably Apollo. Yeah, you're not. They're talking about my bunny. I could totally see Ajax and his little floppy ears going to storm Troy. I'm going. Bye, Nathan. Thanks for checking in. We'll Skype soon. It's funny because for the longest time I always liked the Odyssey the most because it was more, I think, like fantastical. And now I'm like like I still like the Odyssey, but I'm like the Iliad is just mwah. Like it is just head over heels superior in my opinion. Like it's just so good. All the characters and uh Yeah, see? He broke a screen door because he so badly wanted to go outside. Yep. Troy would just, Troy would have fallen sooner if Ajax the bunny was there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. It can be. It's like pretty gory, the Iliad. It's definitely really gory. Oh my god, Monty Python! I did a whole thing because I am a ridiculous human being where I watched Monty Python, the Holy Grail, and assigned Greek mythology characters to each of the characters. I should release that at some point, but me and Nathan were just like, I forgot how it came up, but we were just talking about, I think we were talking about the Black Knight and how the Black Knight is totally Aries, like 100% Aries. And then that just got me on a kick of like thinking of the other characters. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail and list all the, yeah, I actually have it on my phone. I know I said King Arthur was Apollo. The French guy is up, that's Hermes. Like, there is no arguing that. Like, that is Hermes completely. Go away or I taunt you a second time. Like, I can see him saying that. Yeah, Aries is definitely the Black Knight. Yeah, this is super important information. Yeah, this is really. Yeah. Like, come on, it's so Hermes. Oh, the one that I really love is Prince Herbert, the guy who doesn't want to get married. That guy. That's Hippolytus. Because Hippolytus doesn't want to get married. He just wants to go off into the woods with Artemis. So I was like, oh my god, this is so him. That's so funny. That's why I was like, that has to be Apollo. Like, King Arthur has to be Apollo. Because first off, he's like, what is going on the whole time? And then that scene where he's like, when like he outsmarts the guy doing the riddles. I was like, that's Apollo. God, I love doing things like that. Like, I really love doing the gods as, like, I did the gods as the Golden Girls. Athena was Blanche. Rose was Dorothy. When Blanche, that's Aphrodite. Aphrodite is Blanche. Athena's Dorothy. Rose is Hestia. And Sophia is Hermes. I don't think he's. I could go on a whole rant about Achilles. I don't know if anyone wants me to. I did on Tumblr already, where I went on a whole rant about Achilles. I don't see him as heroic in the slightest. I see him as a man child. Especially in comparison to how people are with Agamemnon. Like, people shit on Agamemnon left and right and then are like, oh, Achilles. And I'm like, they are no different. Like, did you read the Iliad? They are no different from each other. So, yeah. Reading the Iliad changed my opinion of Achilles a lot. It really did. I don't hate Achilles, but he kind of went from being actually like one of my favorite heroes to now I'm just like, you kind of are annoying, aren't you? You're kind of a man baby, aren't you? You're just gonna cry to mama and sulk the whole time while people are dying. Okay. Anyway, I'm trying to think of more Monty Python characters that I did that I thought were really funny. Oh, I had Prince Herbert's father as Agamemnon. Exactly. You're very right, Alexis. It is. They just do great things. My whole thing though is I'm going to be real honest with you all. I think the reason that a lot of people today love Achilles so much is not because they look at him as heroic because he went and fought for love, and it happened to be a gay relationship. I think that's why Achilles gets a pass a lot of the times, is because of his relationship with Patroclus. And if that's what people want to do, that's fine, but I just want, like, acknowledge how shitty Achilles was from the majority of the book. Like, he was just shitty. And, like, don't sit there and shit on Agamemnon, but then be like, oh, Achilles is great. And it's like, he's like, just acknowledge that you like Achilles and Patroclus, like, or just read the Song of Achilles, because that's more of a real beautiful romantic love story between the two than the Iliad is. Like, just say you love Song of Achilles. Oh, I hate Paris. I hate Paris. I'm more stan Agamemnon for his ridiculous behavior, because he's amusing AF to me. I think I actually find Agamemnon more interesting of a character than Achilles is, but I still acknowledge the fact that he's a shithead. Like, that's my problem. Like, I feel like, again, going back, it kind of relates to the whole thing that we were saying about, everything needs to be good versus evil, and if you're good, you can't have any flaws. I've been noticing this a lot lately, where people, their favorite characters have to be like unproblematic. So then that's why everybody wants redemption arcs for their favorite characters, or they try to sit there and argue. Like, I always bring up Tony Stark, because I see this so much with Tony Stark, where it's like people who love him so much try to make him out to be a better human being than he is, when it's like the point of Tony Stark is that he's a shithead. Like, that's the point of Tony Stark. Like, he was created for that. So stop comparing him to perfect human being Steve Rogers. Like, because it's just, you're gonna lose every fucking time. Just accept the fact that your favorite character is a shithead, and that's okay. Your favorite character can be a shithead. One of my favorite fictional characters of all time is Cersei Lannister. She's awful, and I love her because she's awful. Like, I fucking love her because she is awful. And it's okay to like characters because they're awful, because they're flawed. One of the things that makes Tony Stark so interesting is because he's like a real human being, which struggles and flaws and has an ego, but he's trying. Like, that's, I always say, like, if like the average person was to become a superhero, we'd all wish and hope to be Steve Rogers, but we're all most likely going to be Tony Stark because we're flawed human beings. We're not Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers is special because he's somehow so perfect. But that's, we're not. But Tony Stark is such an interesting character because he's so flawed. And he makes bad decisions, or he does things for the wrong reasons. So it's like, I think I just feel like there's this thing where people don't acknowledge the faults of the characters that they like. And by doing so, they think like they're betraying their favorite character, or they're bad for liking a flawed character, when it's like, that's not how fiction works. Like, the beauty of fiction is we can like the villain. We can even relate to the villain. That's the beauty of fiction. So I just wish that there was just more. I just want more acknowledgement. Like, being able to say, yeah, I like Achilles and Paris because they do stupid things. Like, and it is amusing to me. That's great, because that's how I am with Agamemnon. I don't try to defend him or try to make him out like a better person than he is. He's not. He's awful. He's a man child too, but he's entertaining as hell to me. I don't know why, but he makes me laugh every time. Every time he shows up, it's just funny to watch, and it's just it cracks me up every time. While Achilles more makes me want to put a nail through my head. So oh, I love Scarlet Witch. Yeah, she's great. Exactly. Oh, now we're all saying which characters we'd be. Yeah, exactly. He is. You know, that's the best way to describe him. It's like a train wreck. Like, you just can't help but not watch. Like, you're just, this is, oh my God. It's so funny to watch him, but that's just my whole thing. Like, I feel like it kind of also goes back to the whole issue with people trashing, like, mainly Zeus and Poseidon, because it's mainly Zeus and Poseidon in order to, like, uplift other gods. It's that same thing. It's like, why do we have to do that? You know, like, why? Okay, you want to like Hades, then like Hades. Like, there's no, like, no one's stopping you from liking Hades, and you don't need to shit on Zeus in order to try and make Hades look better. Exactly. And it's funny like that. It's like, it's very clear bias that people have where, you know, and it's like, it's clear bias where it's just like their favorite, and they have to, like, protect and defend their favorite, and in order to do that, they're gonna shit on everyone else. Because that's going back to Marvel. That's what I used to see all the time with Tony Stark fans. We're not talking about shipping. Tony Stark fans. I remember trying to have a actual conversation with people about it, and I didn't say anything about Steve. I didn't bring up Steve Rogers at all. I was specifically talking about what Tony Stark did and his motivations for doing it. And the defense that people came up with was to talk about Steve, was to say, well, Steve did this and this and blah, 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 da, 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 da. And I'm like, and I said, that's great, but that has nothing to do with what I said. Because it doesn't matter what Steve Rogers did or didn't do. Doesn't erase what Tony Stark did. It doesn't, you're not arguing against my point at all, because I wasn't talking about Steve. I was talking about Tony. And that happens, like, all the time, where it's just now, in order, we're talking about someone else. It happens with Achilles and Agamemnon also, like, shitting on Agamemnon in order to try to make Achilles look better. So it's like, my mouse is gonna die. Yeah, so it's like, you don't need to do that. You can like a flawed character, and you should, because our characters should be flawed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tifa and Aerith, yes. The same thing happened in Inuyasha. For those, old enough to remember Inuyasha. With Kikyo and Kagome. Oh my goodness. Peter Quill is a bit of a dick regardless, yeah. That was funny though, that whole, like the look on Tony Stark's face having to deal with Peter Quill and the rest of the Guardians, the look. I was like, I will give Robert Downey Jr. an Oscar just for that look, because that was perfect. I still think about it today and I still crack up. It's so good. to Marvel. That's what happens in my live streams. Like, I always have to talk about pop culture. Yeah, it's true. Marvel is our version of ancient Greek theater and entertainment. It's true. That's what it is, but it really is because it just shows that we still love telling stories. I was thinking about that a lot in with ancient Greece and how much they love telling stories because I was reading the Aeneid and it was literally a story within a story within a story because you have the overall story of the Aeneid and then he's telling someone else the story of what happened like the last days of Troy. And then in that story, somebody was telling a story. And I'm like, this happens a lot in these epic stories, which just like stories in a story in a story in a story. And I'm like, they really love telling stories. Like stories are really important to the ancients. And it makes sense when you like really think about it, but it kind of made me think a lot about how, you know, because stories were so important to them, that and stories are still important to us as we just do it in different ways now where you know we have the theater and we have movies and even music, like thinking about all like how Taylor Swift, shout out to Evermore, by the way, oh my god, how amazing. 2 albums, like she just saved 2020. But yeah, she tells stories in her songs. And you know, like all like we just love telling stories and it kind of for me further proved the idea that we should be allowed to tell modern myths because storytelling is extremely important to humanity. It's always been, and especially to the ancient Greeks. Like I feel like it's doing a disservice not to tell our own stories because they were so important. Telling stories was so important to them that I feel like we need to uphold that and tell our stories today. Oh, waifu wars. I did. You knew I had to. You knew I was eventually gonna come on. You knew I was gonna have to say something about Taylor Swift. Literally, my Spotify thing, every song on my top songs was from Folklore. But yeah, so I just think it's really important that we tell stories. And I don't agree with the idea that it's wrong for us to write modern mythology. I think the problem is people are kind of thinking about it. I think people are thinking of it in terms of fan fiction. I think that's how a lot of people are nervous about it, and they're seeing it in the way people are with writing fan fiction about, you know, anything really. And I think they just see it as possibly going to be like it like almost like it's furthering giving people a permission to treat the gods like characters or pop culture figures instead of the you know, the divine that they are, which I can understand that, but at the same time it's like people are going to do it anyway, especially with stuff like Lore Olympus being so popular. People are going to do it anyway, so why because of those people have it be that those of us who genuinely want to tell these these important stories, or just tell our own stories, like have that, have that get in the way of us being able to do that. Like I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Are we really going? Oh no, we are not going there, are we? Apollo, darkness, dementia of Raven Way. No, not my immortal. No. They can be so disrespectful. It's a very, very popular fan fiction called My Immortal. And it's popular because it's super bad. So that's the joke. I've actually never read it, but I know about it. No. Oh my god. Now that's okay. I'm actually weirdly like I weirdly like to keep up on like whatever's happening within like I guess pop culture. I don't know if it's pop culture or just like what would that be considered? Like urban legends? I don't know. Like I like to keep up on things like that. Ooh, internet historians. I've never heard of that. Sounds fun. That sounds like something I'm gonna get caught in a rabbit hole going down. Oh man. Anyway, man, I don't know what else to you guys have questions or anything? I feel like I'm trying not to be on super long. And like once it's like the conversation dies down, actually getting off, but we'll see what happens. Well, there are people within the community that read in like Lore Olympus, which is fine. I've had people interact with my posts. Like that's the problem. It's usually a lot of people will interact with religious posts, and especially like because Apollo's awful in Lore Olympus, so the Lore Olympus fans will harass Apollo followers for, and because they're not separating the idea that your character in your little web comic is not the god that we're worshiping. Because first of all, he's not purple. He doesn't look like that. It was such a like a it's funny that's really what set me off. Like people told me like what Apollo did in Lore Olympus, and I was like, oh well, I'm definitely not gonna read it. But it kind of like I just like moved on from it. But I don't know, recently I just something was just like I want to know what Apollo looks like in Lore Olympus. I just want to know what he looks like. And I looked it up and I was like, that's what he looks like? Like I was so offended with just that depiction. And I don't know what that says about me, but I just was so like, really? Like you not only like make him awful, but you make him look like that. He's like freaking Barney the dinosaur. Like get the frig out of here. Ooh, that's a good question. Being intimidated by certain deities. I would say the best thing to do is to research them, of course. And I think it would be good to have conversations with people who have really good relationships with them and kind of talk to a bunch of different people. Because I know a lot of people have said that, talking with me about certain gods has helped them get over a lot of things because they see my relationship with these gods and everything, and it helps them like view them differently, and it's also comforting to actually see it like happening, as opposed to like, you know, trying to tell yourself, oh, these gods aren't that intimidating, you know, trying to build yourself up to that, but to actually have people that are saying, oh no, like or being like, maybe they were intimidated but they're actually really like this. Like I know for me, I was super intimidated by Athena, and she just kind of showed up, though. Like I didn't get a chance to, like, I didn't get a choice in the matter. She just kind of showed up, and I was like, oh no. But she's not at all how I thought she was gonna be, like, not in the slightest. And I, like, how I reacted to her and how she reacted to me was not at all like our relationship started, like, we started connecting right away. And like, I just lost my thought. We connected like, well, oh my god, I can't talk. We connected right away, and the way she made me feel, like, I was imagining I was going to feel really like scared and stiff and anxious, and but she made me feel like more comforting. Like it was more, I don't know, like she made me motivated, and she made me feel, I don't know, it just was not how I was expecting her to be. So I think maybe thinking of it in that terms too, of like, why you're intimidated, is that justified? Like, is that really who they are, or is this based on some other preconceived notions or something? I know for me that's been a big thing, having to check that at the door and be like, are you feeling this way because you know, actually did the research you were supposed to do, or is this all based on just other things that you've heard through the grapevine, or through other people talking, or even mythology? Yeah, it's actually really funny because I've been the same way too, where the goddesses tend to, well, no, maybe Hera still intimidates the hell out of me. she's she's probably the one that intimidates me the most. Her and Hades, they intimidate me. Zeus intimidated me for the longest time, but then he showed up, and I realized that he's just a big, warm, wonderful Papa Bear. Like he's so amazing. Yeah, Hera's scary, man. Hera, I think if there's anyone of the gods in the pantheon to be afraid of, it's Hera. That's my opinion. I think she is the one to be afraid of. He is so peaceful. Yeah, like that's a good way to describe the peaceful, rainy energy. He does feel like a storm. Like you sense its power, and you sense its destructive force, but in a lot of ways it's also really calming and peaceful and cleansing at the same time. I love Zeus so much. Oh, so the holidays I'm spending at home because of the virus, and so I'm not going and spending with my family, and so I'm going to be home. We're going to watch Wonder Woman. And I'm not doing anything like special in terms of like my spirituality, or anything like that, cuz I don't really celebrate any holidays around this time. I am, especially because right now I'm working really closely with Artemis and Persephone. So I've just been focusing a lot on that and doing the work with them that I need to do. A lot of shadow work and inner work and healing and stuff like that. So that's mostly what I'll be. Fun thing is I did already get my Christmas presents. I got and it is relevant to this channel. It is very relevant to this channel because I got it specifically with the channel in mind. I got a desktop computer and Adobe Creative Cloud. So your girl has no excuse to not be creating content in 2021. So I've been already working on stuff. I finally got I'm getting like a system in place. I'm obsessed with Notion. I'm as a like an organizational planner. I don't even know exactly the database thing to call it because it does so much, but I'm like obsessed with it and it's helped me get organized so much better. So I've been actually really thinking about the year and what I want to do and actually like writing down all the different topics I want to cover. And I really want to start. So I'm obviously, well, not really obviously because I haven't updated, but Tea with the Gods is definitely going to come back, the podcast, but I also want to start making videos too. So that's one of the reasons I have Adobe Creative Cloud, considering they have the video editor. They also have the audio editor. So I can use that for the podcasts. And so I'm like really excited to play around with all of those. And speaking of that, I'm always open to suggestions on topics you're interested in me covering. So if you ever think of anything, don't hesitate to like message me and be like, hey, I'd really be interested in you speaking about this. I'm always, accepting suggestions and ideas for topics to cover. I already have like an entire list and I'm actually trying to break it down to when I want to cover things. So I'm like really excited about that. Oh, thank you, Richie. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. People call Dionysus that? Ugh. Ooh, study groups is a really good idea. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, I definitely can. Talking about divination is a big thing I want to start covering because I'm actually working a lot on my divination this winter and I'm trying to learn new ways to. I do use tarot, I use oracle cards. I also use the Greek alphabet oracle and I just started doing bibliomancy but with the Iliad and the Odyssey and the Homeric oracle, which is basically you use dice. You use I think three dice and the numbers that you get corresponds to when you go to the Greek magical papyri. It has like a list of lines from the Iliad and the Odyssey that the numbers correspond to. So I've been playing around with that because I've been trying to do more like Greek, ancient Greek things in regards to like my divination and my magic. So yeah, talking about Hey, Courtney's here. Courtney. But yeah, divination is a big topic I definitely want to cover. See, I don't like the whole the feeling pure thing. I don't subscribe to any of that because I don't like it and I don't agree with it and I also it wouldn't work for me personally, because I suffer from anxiety and depression, and sometimes I can get so depressed that I can't even practice basic hygiene, and just putting it out there because I know I'm not the only one. So, and the thing is when I'm depressed and in that bad of a place where I can't even take a shower or brush my teeth, that's when I need the gods the most. That's when I need the gods. So to be like, oh, because I'm not cleansed, I'm dirty or whatever, that's going to prevent me from getting the actual divine help that I need. So I don't subscribe to any of that, and I just don't. I think it causes, just as like you were saying, the idea that it affects your self-esteem, and I'm like, I think that's exactly what it does. It makes it just, we already beat ourselves up enough for things, and it just adds to that. I think for some people it works, and I think it's one of those, again, it's the one of those things that it's how you use it. If you're one that's going to use it in an unhealthy way as a way to like beat yourself up or to hate yourself even more than you already do, then it's just something that you shouldn't even subscribe to. But if it's something that really truly use in a healthy way, and it really like it helps you connect with the gods more, then by all means go ahead. I just like to bring up the idea of why some of us don't subscribe to it and why some of us shouldn't subscribe to it, because it could be really damaging. Yeah, like I definitely will. When I'm doing certain rituals and everything, I do like to take a shower. But how I say it is that's for me. Because I think there's a difference between doing something for yourself or doing something because you think the gods are going to be offended or going to be mad at you. Because I think that's the thing, is most people think that if they don't do any kind of cleansing beforehand, they're going to offend the gods. As opposed to doing it because it just makes you feel better and it helps you better connect with the gods because you feel nice and clean and everything. Because that's how I am. I do like to take a shower and get all nice and clean and put lotions on before I'm going to do anything special and everything. But that's for me. That's not because the gods said, if you even think about looking over here with some dirt under your nails, like, I'm not having it. No, like, I think there's a difference. And that's kind of like what I'm saying is that I don't like the idea of you're going to offend the gods if you don't cleanse in some way, or if you're not pure. That's the belief I don't believe. I just don't, because I think that's going to create more harm. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Like, it really is, because I struggle a lot with depression, and especially like in the winter time, is I get seasonal depression on top of it. So, and if I believed that the gods were going to be offended if I didn't cleanse myself in some way, or if I had to be a certain way for them to approach the gods, like I wouldn't have a relationship with them, because I would never go to them, because they're the ones that inspire me to get better. They're the ones that are like, you know, you should think about going back to therapy, or hey, how about you just, it's okay. Tomorrow's a new day. We'll try again. Don't beat yourself up. It's okay. Like, they're the ones that are saying that to me. If I had to be at my best in order, because that's essentially in my mind what that's saying is you need to be at your best. It's like, well, I'm not always at my best. Like, it's very, like, my best is comes and goes very quickly. You know, and it's like, I don't, it's not something. Yeah, I think I agree with like everyone that it's not a requirement. It's if it's what you want to do, then go right ahead. But don't think that you can't approach the gods when you are at your lowest or at your worst, because you absolutely can. A lot of the times they're going to approach you because they're going to be like, oh no, my baby. They're going to be like, my baby. And they're going to, I know Aphrodite's right there so quickly. Like, what do you need? Yeah, exactly. We need the gods when we're not at our best. That's when we need them the most. So I don't like the idea that we need to be at our best or else the gods are going to be offended. So I've never had Apollo tell me to cleanse. They'll tell me to take a shower, but it's for me, because for me, showering does make me feel better. It just makes me feel, it lifts my mood. Even when I'm like severely depressed, it still like makes me feel just a little bit better. So that's the only time they ever tell me to cleanse, is just go take a shower. You'll feel better. And that's it. But you know, everybody has their own relationships. I just like to put it out there that there are like alternative beliefs to what some people are saying online. That's kind of more of like why I present what I do, is just to show that there's other ways of looking at it. Yeah. Yeah, that's Apollo too. Stop procrastinating, get to work. Yeah, he's just like, I don't care. I don't care if you smell. Go back and do what you gotta do. It is true. I'm like, oh well, I don't know, Apollo. Maybe I need to know. You need to get back to what you were doing. That's what you need to do. No, like for me, I actually I mostly speak to the gods through like thoughts and feelings. I guess people would call it like a god phone. I don't refer it to that way, but I think it technically falls under that umbrella. But I talk to them mostly through thoughts and feelings. I do speak to them through divination with more um like specific things, like when I need to know what exactly I'm focusing on and why, like having these real deep conversations is when I'll do divination. But like just these like quick things when they're just like, no, don't do that, or go do this, or like when they're like yelling at me, or Apollo when he's yelling at me, it's mostly through thoughts and feelings. Like I get these certain just like just something will just happen. It's hard to explain, but it's just kind of like you're fine, and then all of a sudden you're like, why do I feel a little off right now? And then you'll like a thought will pop in the head of just like, what are you doing? And you're like, oh no, Apollo's yelling at me. I pissed off Apollo. So, oh, Melanie's here. It's so happy when my friends show up. Sudden change. That's a good question. What gods or goddesses represent sudden change? Well, it's not sudden, but Artemis does represent transitions. Trying to think who would be sudden change. I mean, chthonic deities could be associated with that, because I feel like death can be a sudden change. It might help to also think about what exactly is changing, like the specific change that's happening. That might be, instead of looking at it as just sudden change in general, you could see like what it exactly is that's changing, and whoever rules over that at that aspect and that realm could look at it that way. Oh, that's true. Hermes and Hecate. That's a good suggestion. You should give Ares brass knuckles. He would love that. Are you kidding me? I don't agree. I'm not Uniqlo. I'm not a fan of being like should be. I think people do what works for them. I think you can do both scientific, rational, modern, and also tarot, divination, and witchcraft. It helps. I do tarot. I do both. I use tarot, divination, and witchcraft with my gods, and I do things in a scientific, rational way also, because they all represent that stuff too. And the ancient Greeks were big with divination and they used magic, so why can't I? But yeah, I'm not a fan of anything. Should. I don't like that word. I've actually recently told someone that they should remove the word should from your vocabulary. And I think we should remove the word should from our vocabulary. It's not about should. Yes, I 100% plan on doing a video about Artemis. I've been reading a lot about her, and she is fantastic. And she actually represents so much of what I keep saying in terms of how to go about, and specifically how to go about looking at mythology and the gods we worship, because she's just a great example of it. Because when you read the Iliad, she is not represented at all how we know Artemis to be, and how even the ancient Greeks worshipped her. In the Iliad, she's this little child that seems to be like in over her head. She gets like, she is like chastising Apollo, and then Hera comes out of nowhere and just lashes out at her and like beats her with her own quiver and bow, and she goes running to daddy crying. Does that sound like Artemis that we know? No, but what it showcased so wonderfully is that the ancient Greeks, while they did admire and cherish the works of Homer, they didn't let those depictions rule how they were going to worship these gods and how they were going to see these gods. They allowed the gods to expand past those depictions. So Artemis just really perfectly represents the idea of mythology, and how mythology is not and has never been the end all be all of who the gods are and how we should see them and how they're depicted. The Divine Twins are like my favorite. They're so great. I think no. I think it's about what you do for you, Uniqlo. You don't really have the you go, this is how I approach, I do it and how I prefer to do it. Don't tell other people how they should go about doing it, because it's no one's place to tell other people how they should worship the gods, because none of us know. We all just do what works for us. And even the ancient Greeks didn't do everything the same way. Do you think freaking Athens and Sparta, who were constantly at each other's throats, did things the same way? No, half the time they were arguing because they didn't do things the same way. That's just how it is. Like how Sparta was the one to worship Aphrodite Araria, and Athens was like, are you kidding me? Like, they were so against it. So no, there is no ought to or shoulds. It's just, this is how I choose to do it. That's what it is. We are all clueless. As Socrates says, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. And that's, to me, that sums it up. Oh, Moo Kitty's out. Maybe I can get her to come over. Oh. I don't know. I don't really think that. I don't really think Mount Olympus. I mean, well, Mount Olympus is real. Is that where the gods are? No. See, like, a lot of that also depends on how you see the gods. Do you think the gods have a physical body, or are they just energy? That you have to give that question. Like, do they need a place to reside? Or can they just kind of be everywhere at once? Do they even need a place to, especially because it does seem like they are everywhere at once, so it's kind of like, those are the like questions you have to ask yourself. I kind of think that, yeah, I kind of see them more as just kind of being everywhere. That's usually how I see them. I definitely don't believe in any sort of heaven. I like their view of the afterlife in terms of like everyone goes to one place, because that makes more sense to me than this, but I definitely don't see like this palace in the clouds or anything. I don't think it's like that. Or maybe there's a different realm that we don't have access to, that's just, a parallel realm or something like that they exist in, that they're able to exist here and there at the same time, possibly. Yeah, I definitely believe they can take physical form. That I absolutely believe. I kind of really think that ultimately I kind of think that they're energy, but that it's energy that can take shape and take physical form when they want to. That's kind of how I see them. But yeah, I kind of do think that they're kind of, because it makes sense. I don't see how they can't be everywhere at once, because when I'm saying Apollo's with me, Apollo's also with Nathan. Granted, we both live in New York, but still. And then somebody who I'm talking to on Tumblr is saying that Apollo's with them. in a different country. You know, and so it doesn't, how can they not be everywhere at the like it wouldn't, it really kind of wouldn't make too much sense that all of us could be interacting with them at the same time. That's very true. We don't have to understand everything they do. And I did say that according to Socrates, it's impossible for us to understand everything that they do because we only possess human wisdom. Did you ask more about, like, ask to clarify the change? Like what exact, or ask them what you should do to prepare for the change, what they can tell you about the change, um, if they could tell you anything about the change, what you should focus on, those kinds of questions. See, I don't care, but I like the philosophical question, like, and the discussion around it. Like it's not like it's not like my worship hinders on whether I can answer these questions about the gods. I just like the back and forth with people because I really have a philosophical brain. I've kind of realized that, and Apollo was just like, yeah, like yeah, you do, and I like thinking of things in that way, and I just like the discussion. I love just hearing what other people have to say and just being able to bounce ideas and like ask questions of each other. I really enjoy that. So to me, it's really just more about enjoyment than actually getting any real answers. Because at the end of the day, like we'll never know. But I think that's what makes it fun. Because there's nothing like writing on it. You know, there's no consequences and there's no risk, you know, so it's like it's a discussion that we can just have for the fun of it without it having to be anything serious. Yeah, they did. To me, I also see it as like it's honoring the ancient Greeks and honoring the gods by philosophizing. Just vibes. No, I doubt that. You've come up with a lot of great points and thoughts, so you stop that. You be nicer to yourself. Yeah, no, you're right. It can be extremely not overwhelming and very, it can be too much because it's like a lot of these questions our brains were not meant to understand. So when it becomes too much, you're just like, and it can make you really uncomfortable. I've been in those situations, especially with Apollo, because he very much likes to ask certain questions, and we'll be like, "Well, what about this? And what about that?" And then what? And you're just like, "No, my, I have a human brain, Apollo. Stop." That's a good question. Like how they appear and like what they look like. I just kind of think for us, we just kind of imagine them how we choose to imagine them. Like, I think like that's what the Greeks did, you know? That's why I don't go by those images as like how they definitely are. Cause that's just, again, it's human beings just trying to wrap their brains around what they can't possibly understand. So I think we just, that's why I'm always just like, you can depict the gods however way you want to depict them, you know? Yeah, exactly. I think they show up with and especially what's comfortable to us. Like I love Apollo with his hair bow, so that's how I see him. I'm like, have that hair bow. I'm not going to talk to you if you don't have the hair bow. I think they can be. I've never done psychedelics before because I have a lot of anxiety around things like that. I'd love to try it, but I have a lot of anxiety around that stuff because like I don't like things that affect my control over my own body. It gives me and just like it gives me ingesting things like that. It gives me a lot of anxiety. Um, and I know with stuff like that, it really also depends on the space you're in mentally. So you're gonna have a bad trip if you go into it with anxiety. But I think that they can be. I have nothing against them, and I've watched stuff, and I know of a lot of people who have had really great experiences with them, and really like profound spiritual experiences and healing experiences. So I think that they can be a really great tool when used in a responsible way and all that. I have nothing against it. Yeah. That's how a lot of things are. Um that's how like everything that affects you, like even it's the same thing with like alcohol and weed too. Like if you're not in a good place, you're not going to have a good time. That's just how they all, cuz I've had experiences like that where I had like two different experiences with weed where it was like I was in a very uncomfortable space and I was not I wouldn't it wasn't a bad time. It just wasn't the best time and I didn't feel relaxed and I kind of was freaking out a little bit because I was really high and it was my first time too. So it was a very yeah. It was a weird time. But my another time I did it, I was at my house, I was with my best friend, and it was a blast. Like we were laughing so hard, like it was just amazing and I loved it. And I'm like take me back to that. So yeah, it really does depend on these things really does depend like the mood like and in the environment you're in. Like if you're not in a safe, comfortable environment, you're not going to have a good time. Like, who you're around and everything. Cuz I was saying that cuz my one friend is a lot like me where she gets a lot but she gets even more anxiety about not being in control of her own body and she's had experiences like with alcohol where she was kind of peer pressured to drink more than she wanted to and then she just when she got more drunk she just hated the feeling and she started crying um and so it's like she kind of always been a little like and I was like that's not because that's not how you're supposed to do it. It's like you don't peer pressure people into going further than they want to with these things, and you definitely don't create that kind of environment, you know and I've said that to her. I'm like, if you ever want, can some people just don't want to be drunk too. Like some people just want that buzz and that's it. Cause that's what she wanted. She just wanted that buzz. But then, people wanted her to drink more because they want, and it's just like, ugh. Let people do what they're comfortable with and leave it at that. Because again, they're not going to have a good time if you force it on them. It's not all of a sudden, like, I think people really think that like if you force certain like alcohol on somebody or weed or whatever that they're going to turn like into a party animal and it's going to be fun. And it's like no, and it's like that's not how that works though. If they have a lot of anxiety around it, they're not going to have a good time. Like you can't do that. That's so wrong. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. You need people who understand how this works and who who understand like what you're trying to get out of it. I think it can be a mix of both, Melanie. I think it can be a mix of how you see them, but also how they're choosing to show themselves to you. I think it can definitely be a mix. Cause I know for me, like I I don't really experience the gods in dreams a lot. I have like I think the number of times I've experienced them in dreams I can count on one hand. So that's not really a form of communication I use with them. But the one time, like the time that I remember the most was Aphrodite. And when I saw her, she actually didn't have one physical form. She was constantly changing. Like her form was everything was just changing constantly. And it's like part of me was like, is that because I'm seeing her as the representation of all beauty? Or is that literally like, is that actually her form? Because it's like she's formless, but she's the representation of all beauty. So that's essentially how that would be, how that would manifest visually. Yeah, it's something a lot of people talk about it happening to them, but I really like, I honestly, I can only think of twice that I've had it happen, and it was once with Aphrodite and another time with Apollo and Artemis, and that was it. Yeah, it was just weird for me because dreams have always been super important to me since I was a little kid, but I've it's not the way that the gods choose to speak to me. So it's just it's very strange. Yeah, that's always such a problem with it's like shoving all different kinds of skills and abilities down people's throats by saying like everybody can do this and it's like no, not everyone can or not everybody wants to. You know, and some things come easier to others. You know, like I think a perfect example in my case is lucid dreaming. Some people really can't do it. I've been doing it without realizing I've been doing it since I was a kid. And I never knew that's what I was doing until I got older and I like read about what lucid dreaming was and I was like, "Oh, that's what I've been doing this whole time?" And I do it automatically. It's not something I go into like sleep going, I'm going to lucid dream." I just do it. And that's actually one of the reasons I rarely have ever had nightmares in my life is because I lucid dream. So anytime something comes in that like scares me, I know I'm dreaming and I change it around or I do like a big one when I was a kid was I'd be like, "Oh, scary monsters coming. I'm going to fly away." Like I literally would just start flying. I was like, "I'm going to fly." You know, and it was like I never got scared because I just always had a way out. But yeah, but not everybody can lucid dream. Or if you do, like it sometimes it takes a lot of effort and work to do it. And it's okay if you can't do certain things. Like I don't astral travel. I have no desire. I for a while wanted to, but I kind of realize now I'm like I don't want to. It really kind of freaks me out a little bit. And I'm like, I don't need to. Like, why do I've been doing fine without it for this long. I don't need to do it. So, you know, we don't need to do everything, all these like lists and skills that people say we should do. Oh, cool. Good to know I'm not missing anything with astral projecting. Yeah, because everyone always talks about it, like, oh, the astral, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think I need to travel to the astral. I think the living world is overwhelming enough. I don't need a whole other realm to go to. Yeah, lucid dreaming is actually a lot of fun. Because sometimes what's cool about it is it's like it's cool when you know you're dreaming because then it's just like you get to watch, like you get to like almost like watch this show starring you. And it's just like really cool. It's like it is a lot of fun, and then you get to like change the script when you want to. If you don't like what's happening, you're like, no, we're not doing this. Like you're the director of a show starring you. It's it's a lot. It's definitely a lot of fun. It's kind of funny too because it's like for the longest time I was like, I don't have any natural abilities with anything magical or spiritual or all that, and then I realized, oh, I've been lucid dreaming this whole time. Okay, I guess I could do that. I think she would be so pleased if you dedicated a little garden of flowers to her. Are you kidding? She would love that. Oh, absolutely love that. Yeah, I'd like to speak to the manager. I am the manager, so I'm going to change this. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. Like the idea that it seemed like it was really out of my control, the astral traveling, that it was just, it it kind of freaks me out. And I much prefer meditation as well. I've had some really great experiences meditating that I've really enjoyed and have been really profound. Um so yeah, I definitely agree that I prefer meditation over astral traveling. You know, I've never astral traveled, but again, it just seems really expansive and just it's scary. Ooh, smelled the gods in the dreams. I've never smelled the gods in my dream. No, that's an interesting though. Smell. Well, some people do claim to smell the gods in like in their waking life. They'll smell like roses when Aphrodite's around, stuff like that. I'm actually like weirdly I am really good at magic in general, like a little bit too good. One of my favorite stories to tell is, and I like to tell it as a word of warning to people. So I I had a lot of success with this money spell I made. Like every time I cast it, I always ended up with more money. And this one time I casted it, and at the time how I made most of my money was I took care of my brother for my parents. My parents are divorced and they both work during the day. So my dad had asked me if I would be interested in watching in well, they watching, but taking care of my brother for them and everything. And of course I was like, fuck yeah. Work less in retail and just hang out with my brother and get paid for it. Sure. So that was my main that was kind of my main job that I did. And and how they paid me by they kind of paid me by the hour, and at the time my brother was going to school and I was the one that put him on and took him off the bus and all that. And what happened was I wasn't specific enough. I just was like, yeah, I want more money. Didn't specify where that money was going to come from or how I wanted to receive it. After I cast the spell, my brother hurt his leg. he was fine. Like, it wasn't an emergency, but it would hurt his leg enough that he couldn't really stand on it or walk on it, which then made it so that he was home and I had to take care of him more, and my parents paid me more. So my word of warning to all of you is, when you are doing anything, is make sure you are very specific about your intentions and what exactly you would like to happen. Not just, oh, I would like more money, because you don't know how the universe is going to give you that money. But I was like, what? Oh my God. I felt so bad. I did, though. I felt so bad. I told my mom, it's like, Mom, this is my fault. She's like, how is this your fault? And I told her. She was just like, oh. You're like, don't do that again. I was like, I'm sorry, I've learned my lesson. Oh, man. But actually, interestingly enough, with witchcraft, that was actually something I wanted to talk about, was witchcraft. Because I'm kind of on my own little journey with witchcraft, where I'm taking a pause. I haven't really done anything witchy in a while, because I'm rebuilding my entire craft. It's funny because I actually realized that I wasn't following my own advice in what I have with Hellenic polytheism, where while I'm fine with the modern books about Hellenic polytheism, like, it's not like I have anything against them, and I do like some of them. I'm a big proponent in starting with the primary sources and then also focusing on the academic sources instead of just going by the modern books. And just like, because I think it's important to understand like where these beliefs are coming from and where, how and why they're that way. Because when you see how ancient Greece is set up, then you're like, oh, okay, this makes sense. And you can also see what is ancient Greek and like what you can work with and what you can kind of like morph to what fits you. The thing that I always say is know the rules before you're going to break them. I'm a big believer in that. Like, learn the rules before you break them. And that's kind of, I feel like, what I do with Hellenic polytheism. I research what the ancient Greeks did, and then I can now know, okay, where do I have room to bend this to fit me in the modern world, right? Now, I wasn't doing that with witchcraft. I really wasn't. I was going by a lot of the modern stuff, which not all the modern stuff is bad, but a lot of the modern stuff is very, in my opinion, a lot of it is really shallow, and it's just kind of regurgitating the same stuff over and over again, and it doesn't explain enough where we're getting these things, like where these beliefs are coming from. Why are these correspondences what they are? Where are we getting this in history? Like, where is it coming from? What did the witches of the past do, and what did they believe? And and not to mention, like, there's a lot of cultural appropriation happening that I did not want to engage in or be part of, because I believe culture is very sacred and needs to be respected. So what I've been doing is I've been on an ancestry journey where I've been discovering where I come from, who my ancestors are. And now I'm really looking into the magic practices of those areas. So I've been looking into what the Italians have been doing, as well as what Celtic magic, specifically Irish and Scottish, also looking at like English magic and things like that, because that's where all I'm from. And that's been really, I've been finding it to be really empowering, and I'm really excited about it. And I feel like I'm on a really important path for the development of myself as a witch going forward. Because it's like I'm realizing again, like it's just like for me especially, I have a history degree, so I kind of have a very historian mind where I like to know the history of things, especially when I'm in like practicing. So I kind of have been excited to read about what the witches from the past and who were, part of the cultures that I'm part of, what they did and why they did the things that they were doing. Oh, yay, fellow history buffs. I love it. Yeah. It's funny too because my history degree, I've been laughing about it, has come in like my history degree is kind of useless in like the mundane world, I guess, just the regular world, but in all the spiritual work I do, my history degree has been like priceless. It has helped me so much in researching in my worship and now in my witchcraft. Like I was like, maybe this is really why I was meant to get it. Because for a while I was just like, oh, I made a big mistake. And then now I'm like, I don't think I did. I think this is actually what I was supposed to be doing all along. I think I was meant to get this degree to help me research all this stuff that I need to research. So for me, it's just kind of like it's been really cool to look at the magic practices of my ancestors, and kind of start seeing how they did things and actually see why certain things we do today, we do them. So I kind of like I wanted to bring that up just as so anyone who's maybe feeling the way that I have been feeling in terms of witchcraft, like it's just been feeling not connected to it at all and not really like taking a step back and being like why am I even doing this? I basically didn't really have a foundation set in place. I've always talked about foundation in terms of Hellenic polytheism, and it's extremely important to have a foundation because that's kind of what holds everything up when everything feels like it's falling apart. And when you start doubting and when you start questioning and you start being like, this is all like you get into those dark moods of this is all so fake and this isn't real. I'm just trying to make myself feel better, then you have something to look back to say, wait, no, this is why I do what I do. And this is why it's not fake and why it's real and all the stuff that it's helped me with. And you just create this whole foundation for everything to sit on. I didn't have that with my witchcraft. I realized like I really didn't have it. And it was Artemis and Persephone who were like, hey, you don't have that foundation for your witchcraft like you do for your devotion to us. You need to work on that. And so for me, it's really just also going back to the beginning and going back to my ancestors and what they did. And it's just nice. It also feels like I feel like it's mine because it's my heritage. It feels more like it's mine. I don't feel like I'm taking something from someone else or feel like I'm, stepping on anyone's toes, or I don't feel like I'm disrespecting anybody, or like it feels. And I think that there's like power in that too. There's power in because it's in your blood. You're connecting to it. Like it's, I that's just how I've been experiencing it. Yeah, I've been really like interested more in like Celtic folklore and exploring the Celtic pantheons and everything. I maybe that's like a little bit down the road because I definitely need more research and everything, but I am thinking about introducing new gods to the mix. I am thinking about it, but I'm going to see how I feel, like more research and really seeing if this is something I want to do and connect with and all that. But I've been finding myself feeling like a calling to go down that road with my Celtic side and really look at the folklore from them and their gods, and it's been really cool, some of them that I've been reading about. So we'll see. You know, I may end up making an announcement that there'll be someone new is joining the team. I don't know. That's Daniel, that's actually how I look at a lot of things. Even my worship, where I start doubting everything, whether it's real or not, I do just kind of say at the end of the day, is it hurting anybody if I believe in this? And hasn't it just been helping me? And it has. It hasn't hurt me and it hasn't hurt anyone. Well, my witchcraft kind of hurt my brother, but this is beside the point. Um I I think about how much it's benefit me. So it's like at the end of the day, does it matter? Believing in it has done wonders for me. So I really, it's really, at the end, it really doesn't matter whether it's real or not. I mean, yeah, there's not, well, it depends on what gods. There's more information about other certain Celtic gods than you'll find a shit ton of information about and people talking about the Morgan, Bridget. Um, there's a lot of stuff about them. I have, if you want, message me after the live stream on somewhere and I'll send you what I have, the stuff, because I've been doing a lot of research on what the best stuff to read and everything, and I have a few that were recommended to me. So if you want, I can send those your way. I don't cast a circle at all when I do divination. I know, this is something, this is actually something I did want to bring to everybody, was the idea of spirits posing as deities, because I've never had any issues whatsoever with that. But just because I haven't had any issues doesn't mean it's not something that exists. But I've never, it's fun, but it's just weird for me because I feel like the gods themselves being here is like protection enough. Like I actually am really bad with not doing much in terms of protecting. Like I don't cast circles. I don't really, I used to ward, but I actually don't really ward anymore. Like I don't do a lot of these things, but I've noticed that it seems like I still feel like there's protection around me, and I feel like it's because I have my deities with me and now I have my ancestors around me. Oh, good. Oh, it's going to talk about it. Perfect. Yes, please let me know when you put that up, because it's a thing that I'm just really curious about, because I just, that's something that it comes up a lot and people are really worried about it, and I've heard stories and things like that, but it's just something that, because of my experience, it's hard for me to wrap my brain around, because to me it just seems like the gods themselves are so powerful that they seem to, I really believe that Hermes got rid of, well, not really got rid of, but kind of shooed away fairies, because I think fairies, I used to get fairy circles in my front yard all the time. And then when I started worshiping the gods, they just disappeared. No more fairy circles. Not, I haven't had one fairy circle since. So I kind of like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel protected. Like I don't, and I've also never dealt with spirits anyway. I've never had that. I deal more in terms of like my shadow acting out. Like any bad energy or anything in my space is usually from me. It's generated from me. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it was Hermes because I don't know, I just do. It's like that's how I feel like I know it's him, because like it just popped in my head of just when I thought about it, I was just like, I think it's Hermes. I think especially because he's a trickster. Not that fairies are a trick, but I feel like they kind of run in the same circles. So I feel like he'd be the one just be like, move along. See, I've never had any issues with negative spirits, which honestly to me makes me, I was thinking a little bit more about it, and I'm like, to me it might be, to me that just might be an idea that I've just kind of maybe have had protection for like most of my life. Not to say that other people haven't, but I kind of feel like instead of looking at it as like, well, I've never experienced that, so other people can't, more the idea of maybe it's just literally like the, because I sometimes do believe that the gods have been with me my whole life. I only just like recently realized it, only like acknowledged them. But I actually am starting to believe that they have been around me my entire life. And I also kind of believe a lot of my ancestors have been watching over me. So I kind of wonder if it's just like the idea of I've just kind of always had a spiritual protection around me. I've just been like, lucky enough to have that, where I don't have to worry about these things that other people unfortunately do worry about. Yeah, I don't know. I've never, yeah, spirits, I've never, it's funny. The only kind of like spirits I've dealt is deities. I always thought it was just so weird. Because I'm like, I just, I just, it's always just been deities. They're the ones that I interact with the most, but I've never had to deal with. Maybe I didn't. I just didn't realize. I don't know. I really, I've never experienced it, but so maybe it is. Spirit world is very strange. And it's funny because I used to dabble in things a lot, but I was the kid that was always like, "Hey, I know this isn't like it's not how Hollywood makes it, but it's just funny that I was always the kid that's like, let's use the Ouija board." I was always that kid. I was like, "Yeah, the Ouija board." But I was also the kid that was telling ghost stories and like making up stories about Bloody Mary just to freak everybody out. Like I was that kid. So all right, 4 hours. Anybody got anything else they want to talk about? Oh. Yeah, I kind of wonder if it's like my boundaries were the gods. I just wonder if I kind of wonder if that was it. That's like my protective. See, the thing is I don't believe in demons. So you kind of can't summon something you don't believe in. I really don't believe in demons. So I do believe in malicious spirits 100%, but I don't believe in demons. So I don't think. And I feel like an accidental summoning. I don't know. That just seems so. I feel like if you can accidentally summon something, like we'd be doing it all the time. I don't know. Thanks, Belle. But yeah, I don't believe in demons, so I don't have to worry about that. Everyone was so worried when we did the Ouija boards we were going to summon something. And I was like, I hope we summon something. Yeah. It just seems so like, I don't know. It seems just like more like fear and Hollywood kind of stuff, you know? Trying to keep people in line to not do the dark arts. You know, see, you're just gonna accidentally summon something evil. It's like, that's not how this works. Or piss off from like Thor Ragnarok. Piss off, ghost! This candle company I really like has a candle that's a sage candle and it's called Piss Off Ghost. And I'm like, I want that candle so bad because it's just so funny. I think that I would be hilarious in a ghost show because like my general reaction is to say things like piss off ghost and to get like really angry that this ghost is coming into my life and inconveniencing it. Like that would be me. I would just be cursing out the ghost. Yeah, I would just curse. Cuz like you should see me when I'm like playing a horror video game or watching a horror movie. I'm literally just yelling and cursing at things. And like that's my reaction when I'm scared or I start laughing. Like when I went to a haunted house. And it's one of those haunted house when they follow you and they get up in your personal space. It's not like you go to a room and then they're there. No, they'll follow you around. And I was literally just screaming and laughing the entire time because I was like, this is amazing. I'm terrified. I love it. Because that's just me. I love being scared. So I think that's all I need to talk about. Oh, good luck on your exam, Melanie. Yeah. It would be fun doing a ghost show. I love Shane and Ryan from BuzzFeed Unsolved. They're like that's my favorite ghost show because they're so funny. Because I love how Shane is. Like that would probably be me. Even though I do believe in ghosts, I would still be that asshole. Like I love when it's just like he doesn't like it. The ghost doesn't like it when you touch his chair, so Shane just kicks the chair. Oh, I love that. All right. I think we are I think we're good, right? Unless anyone has anything else they want to talk about, now's the time. 4 hours. Not bad. A little bit more than I planned. I was kind of hoping to not go over 3 hours, but okay. No, you do not have to give an offering every time you pray to a god. Also, remember that offerings don't always have to be something physical like a food or water or a drink of a beverage of some sort. Remember, devotional acts are offerings too. I didn't see it, so it's a good thing you asked. But no, but even if you don't have to give an offering every time you pray to a god, especially if you've developed already a relationship with them, you know, it's kind of one of those things like I've noticed with my relationships with them that it's almost like how certain friendships are, because my friendships are this way, where it's like you don't keep track of who does what for each other, because eventually like someone, like I'll pay for my friends this time, but I know that another time they'll pay for me. Or like you pick them up this and don't ask for money, but they'll pick this up for you. So it's like you don't keep track of who's done what for each other, because that something is going to be done for you at some point. Like you just know. And like for me, like that's kind of how it's been with the gods, because it's like I don't know. I don't, it's weird. My relationship with them now isn't about this like give and take, give and receive and what a kind of thing. It's much more of an organic thing where they help me and I listen to them and I do things. I mean, granted, my relationship with them is a little bit different, and I'm only saying it because, my relationship with them is I help them in ways like this, like what we're doing here. This helps them because I'm answering questions for people, helping people get over certain maybe obstacles they have or barriers that they've put up with the gods. And then they'll have a stronger relationship with the gods and do stuff for the gods and all of that. So in a way, like what I do kind of covers a broader spectrum than a lot of people. So I don't know if that affects it. I just want to bring that up because I don't necessarily saying that everyone's relationship is going to be like mine, because I know mine's a little bit unique in that, where I have a little bit of a platform that helps me help them in a broader way, like how we've had people from all across the globe, like I'm helping in that way. So I think maybe I can get away with certain things because it's like, well, she doesn't need to give physical offerings because she does this. But for my relationship with them, I don't feel this need like I have to always give to them in order to get from them. I feel like we've developed this kind of relationship of just, they help me out when I need it, and I still do stuff, for them. Like I do share just when I feel like it, share stuff and things like that. So, yeah. Every time you ask for something, again, I still think it's hard for me because I'm really bad and I don't ask them for a lot of stuff. A lot of times they're the ones that are just like, they just give it to me because they know I'm not gonna, because I'm really bad with asking for help. Even with the gods, I'm bad for asking help in all aspects of my life. So, but I really do think it depends on your relationship. I think if you're just starting out with the god, yes, but you don't necessarily need to give it to them like when you're asking, because even in ancient Greece, they would do a thing where it was like they would say, if you help me with this, then I will give you this. So it was like a promise of, if you help me, I will do this for you. So you could do that if you want. But I really do think it depends on the relationship you have with the gods. Because because of my experiences with them, I've never had to have that kind of relationship with them where it was very I had to do it this way. It seems to be a lot less, it seems to be a lot more casual than that, where I could just be like, hey, can you help me with this? I think it's also because I just naturally, like, if they do help me, I just naturally want to thank them. Like, that's also how I am with everybody. If someone does something for me, whether I asked for it or not, I'm very grateful for it. So I want to show my gratitude, whether it be just thanking them and or actually, you know, giving back in some way. You know what I mean? So I feel like you could just do that. And I think if you are just like that and do that, then it's fine. You don't necessarily need to ask them. Give them an offering every time you ask them. Yeah, exactly. Votive offerings. So, yeah, so like you can do things like that. I think again, it just really depends on what your relationship with the God that you're asking for is like. Because I think in my, like I said, in my case, I think we've hit this point where it doesn't need to be that formal and that kind of like that very exchange kind of relationship. It's sort of it just it's funny because it's like I now that I'm forced to think about it, I'm like, yeah, I really it's my relationship with the gods is not as formal as this you do this for them when you ask for this and it's like that. It's much more, it feels much more like how my relationship with my loved ones are, where it's just you don't think about those things, you know? You just, you know, like when I need help from my mom, I'm getting better at asking her for help. When I need help from her, I ask her. I don't feel like I have to give her anything, you know? And she doesn't expect me to give her anything because she just wants to help her daughter. And then when, but I may still, I'll thank her at least, you know? I'll show my gratitude in some way. So, but yeah, that's kind of how I'm like rambling, but that's kind of how I am with it. You know, I really think it comes down to what your relationship is with them. Because some people, they do need to be a little bit more formal because that's just their relationship, you know. But some can be more casual, like mine. It just really, it just depends on the relationship that you cultivated. Okay. Any more questions? Well, Kitty, come here. Come say hi. I bet you should. Yep. Yeah, she's going to walk the other way. She's going to walk in the complete other direction. Yeah, I do think the gods have been around with me. I do believe the gods have been with me my entire life. For me, I really believe that Apollo and Artemis have been, because when I started thinking back to my childhood, I was very big with being outside, making friends with animals, and making friends with the trees. I literally would read stories to the trees. And I've always felt a real connection to the divine twins. I just have always like just had like a calling to them, you know? And I've loved Apollo. I mean, and that's not really a big kind of like evidence because everybody loves Apollo, but I also believe because of my gender identity, I'm bigender, both a woman and a man, and Apollo and Artemis are the gods of boys and girls. So I kind of think that plays into it as well. I do think Zeus has been around me my whole life because he looks at me as his child and I look at him as my dad. So like my divine father. So I do think he's been around too. So yeah, I really do. And the fact that I've just always loved ancient Greece and the Greek gods since I can remember. Like I can't tell you when I first discovered them. It just seems like it's always been a part of my life. And so to me, it just seems kind of a no-brainer that they've just always been there. Like Artemis's connection to the moon. Um Artemis' connection to the moon is kind of it's similar to Apollo's connection to the sun, where it kind of came late in the game. And a lot of it, I think, also had to do with like, especially for Artemis, it was very much about like synchronization. That was a big thing in ancient Greece where they like kind of molded. Some gods got absorbed into other gods, and other ones kind of got like attached. Like Artemis and Hecate are very connected in that kind of way, and Selene too. So I know, but yeah, her connection with the moon was not as, I think it came a little bit later. And I think a lot of it too is inspired by especially in our understanding of it, it kind of was inspired by Diana, the Roman goddess. I discovered Hellenic polytheism like basically 6 years ago. And it was when I was researching witchcraft specifically. And I realized that there was a whole religion around the Greek gods and everything. And it was just like, this is the greatest thing. Because I've been wanting to worship the gods. Like I can remember like making that wish. Like, oh, I wish I could worship the Greek gods. And I remember wanting to go back to ancient Greece just so that I could worship the gods. Like, it's like, how wonderful would it be? And I even eventually I kind of used to worship them, but like jokingly, like did it in a way with people so that like they weren't like, whoa, what, but do it like in a joking way. Like, oh, I'd pray to Athena, for like wisdom and everything, or I prayed to Athena a lot. Like that's who I prayed to, which is interesting. I prayed to Athena a lot. I would like thank her because at the time I thought that like Athena was really the one for schooling when really it's more of Apollo. But I'd be like, praise Athena when I got a good grade, or I'd be like, Athena help me when I had like a test coming up, and I would do all that, but I would do it in a joking way. But honestly, I was serious. So when I discovered Hellenic polytheism, it was just like, it was a great day for me. I was like, wait a second, this is a thing that people do. And I was like, this is amazing. And it was just like, oh, it's been the best thing ever. And it just feels like home. It really does feel like home. And it's why I'm just so like protective of it, because it's so important to me and I cherish it so much. Yeah, I definitely have been a polytheist. I really have, because my biggest thing that I remember with my great grandmother, who's super Catholic, and she was born in Italy. So, and I can always remember the thing that really stuck with me was she was talking to my mom and she was saying that she couldn't find her glasses, and she said, oh yeah, I prayed to Saint Anthony to help me find my glasses. And it still sticks with me because I was like, that's so cool. Like, I just thought that was cool. Like the whole idea of polytheism was so, because the saints are really like that, because they are similar in that different saints represent different things and you pray to them when you need a certain outcome, right? So, and that whole concept I always loved, and I thought that was amazing. And it's funny because I love that, thinking about her doing that, and now I'm praying to Hermes when I lose things, and I'm like, I kind of love that, even though she'd be like, you're a heathen. I'm like, no, Grandma, we're the same, I promise. Like, no, you're a witch. But yeah, I pretty much have been a polytheist I've always been so into polytheism, and I loved the pagan religions. Like, I loved looking, like, I think everybody went through the Egyptian phase, but I loved looking at the Egyptian gods. I loved looking into the, like, reading about the Hindu gods, and just these amazing stories and mythologies and religions and traditions that are just built around these gods. I just thought it was so fascinating. It's always, this kind of world has just always called to me. Yeah, exactly. That's true. You can threaten a saint. You can't threaten a god. That's the one benefit to the saints. He's right. You're dead to me. I've actually decided that I think the first person to have ever said "you're dead to me" is Artemis. I am convinced. That is my UPG, and I'm following it, because have you seen Homegirl's mythology and how brutal she is? That's basically what her reaction to things are. Someone does something and she's just like, "You dead to me." Literally. She kills them. So I am convinced that Artemis was the first one to say, "You dead to me." And Greece heavily influenced Italy, so it makes sense. That just always, now, every time I read her mythology and how violent she is, that's what I imagine her doing. "You dead to me," and then kills them. I actually want to do, Artemis inspired me to do this little project. I haven't told anybody about it, but yeah, why not? This little project where I kind of want to look at all of the mythology and figure out who the most violent gods are. My guess is it's when, and I want to give like a guess of who I think it's going to be, and my guess it's either between Hera or Artemis. That's my guess, but I kind of really want to look and see who, like, the violent ones are. I think it's going to be either Hera or Artemis, but Artemis is like savage. Like, her mythology, man. Oh, that's a good idea. I should have people vote. And then we'll see. That's a really good idea. I'm going to do that. Have people vote on who's going to be the most violent. And we'll see. Yeah, I really think it's going to be either Hera or... I really think it's going to be Artemis. I don't know. I just really... Maybe it's just because the few that she has is so brutal. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I'm going to put Hestia on the list just to see if anyone votes for her. Like, Hestia comes out of nowhere. She's the most violent one. Apollo flaying Marsyas is like one of my favorite stories, because he didn't have to do that. The whole thing is like, Marsyas says, "You could do whatever you want to me." Like, that's what he said. And Apollo chose to flay him. Like, he could have chose anything else, and that's what he chose to do. And I'm like, Leto, Leto, your children are terrifying. Like, does she know how terrifying her children are? Apollo was like, I'm going to ruin this whole man's career. Greek mythology books. So I'm not necessarily, actually, hold on. I actually do have some books that I can recommend to you guys that I just got. Let me go grab them. Are you gonna come say hello? No. Okay. All right. This one is a really good one. See? Anthology of Classical Myth, Primary Sources in Translation. I like stuff like this because I'm a big fan of primary sources. I don't like those just big mythology books that have like Greek and Rome and stuff in it. I love things like this, like when you get the primary, like the source books, they're great because all like this is going to be the myths, but it's going to be specifically the myths that the ancient Greeks told. So this is going to have, like, this isn't like Edith Hamilton telling you the stories, or what are some of the, I don't know. I just always remember Edith Hamilton. Like, this is going to have Apollodorus in it. This is going to have Hesiod in it. This is going to have all of the Greek writers in it, or even Roman, because even Ovid is in here. The Homeric hymns are in here. Herodotus is in here. So Plutarch is in here. Xenophonus is in here. Virgil is in here. So yeah, I recommend this book for mythology. You can also look at, here, go back. Another good place for mythology. I recommend it always. AOA.com. You can look, they have not only, you can look at the myths based on each god, or they have like the actual like text sections that have all the ancient texts in them. So if you don't want to spend any money, you can like look at that. They pretty much have everything on there for free. But yeah, I like this one. Also this one, if you want to learn about the heroes and the gods, this one's good. By and then this one is great for Greek religion. Valerie M. Warrior, badass name. Again, what I love about these is they're a source book, which basically means they just have primary sources in them, which are fantastic. So but yeah, so those are ones that I recommend. Actually, they were recommended to me initially by Nathan, who this is what he's reading and using in his classes. He's a classic studies major. So those are from his teacher, his professors, and he got them and liked them and recommended them to me. So actually, one of the things that me and Nathan want to do is we want to start like having conversations on the podcast where he talks a lot of like the big thing I really want to bring him on to talk about is what it's like to be a classic studies major and to go to school for it and everything. And I think it's important because I know a lot of people want to go down that route. But I think like have maybe a certain way that they're going to look at it. And like in Nathan's experience, it's been very different and it's been a little difficult having to switch your brain from seeing the gods as you do in your worship and everything to then looking at them in a classroom setting, you know, as these, you know, I don't want to say dead gods, but in a lot of them, that's how they view them, these dead gods that are just being studied now. So that's actually a really good book, Emily. That's one of the modern books I really enjoy. I usually, when people want modern books, that's the one I recommend. That's a good one. She has one of my favorite quotes in there that I mention all the time about how Apollo, it was asked who Apollo's favorite worshiper was, and it wasn't any of the ones who gave him these grand, amazing offerings sporadically. It was this worshiper who gave humbling offerings on just the sacred days and celebrated the festivals kind of as best he could. So it just kind of showed that like doing grand things isn't what the gods are looking for. They're just kind of looking for consistency, and they're just looking for your heart and your generosity and your want to do something special for them, you know? Stuff like that. But I really like it. All right. I think we are good. I gave my book recommendations. Is it really my live stream if I'm not giving a book recommendation? Not showing books. I think we're good, right? Anybody have anything else? Don't want to leave anybody if they have a question to ask. If not, then oh, good. I'm glad. I always love when I can help people get through things. I always love it when people listen to Tea with the Gods while they're doing chores and everything. I'm always just like, yay, I can help someone do difficult tasks. All right. I am going to head out. Just a reminder to everybody, if you want to join my Discord group, just send me a message, DM on any one of my social medias, and I'll send you the link. Ooh, while you're painting, that's cool. Okay. Oh, you're all so welcome. Thank you all for being wonderful and being here and hanging out with me and all the awesome discussions we have. I enjoy them so much. You all are the best. All right. Gonna head out. Heart you all so much. I hope you have a great day, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'll be around. Don't hesitate to message me and come talk. All right? Bye, guys. Love you.